All right. Good evening, guys. Good evening, dear love survival, and good evening, Alan, and good evening, Bob. Good to see you guys.
Evening all.
Good evening.
Let's see who more popped in now. It's Troy Saturn in the house. Good to see you. And we have Elusive Dartmoor Survival in the house. Good to see you too. And Myra Page, good to see you. What does he says? Hey Shadow, just completed 18 miles on Dartmoor today. 45,700 steps video on my channel.
Lovely.
Yeah. Hey, Norfolk Motos, good to see you. And we have Ohio Valley Prepping in the house. Good to see you too. We wait a couple of more minutes and let people pop in. At the moment, we have 11 people in the house, so that's good. And today's topic, after the storm, steps to take immediately after a disaster. That is the topic for today. Hey guys, good to see you. Hello, Tufu, good to see you too. But for this topic, it's certain key points to it. Where did I put that one? Okay, the key points, I can mention them, is what to do when returning home, gas leaks, down power lines, structural damage. And the second point is how to file insurance claims and seek assistance from agencies like FEMA. Point 3, the psychological impact of a disaster and how to cope. Number 4, the importance of a communication plan for contacting family members.
Okay.
I just want to mention those 4 points. Hey, Diana, too. Good to see you. And CR. Good to see you, brother.
How you doing, CR? I was watching some of your videos earlier. Very interesting.
Yeah,
I got a lot of respect for CR. I tease him a lot, but he actually gets out and does things.
Yeah, I like these videos. Mm-hmm. They're entertaining.
They are. Yeah. Okay. Well, those are some good things to look into, Shadow, like how to contact your insurance company, etc. Yeah, it's good. Good thing.
Sooner or later, you have to do it. After a long-term disaster, you need to. Yeah. But I think we deal with points in order. I think that would be the best thing.
What was the first point?
Well, I can put it in the private chat. Oh, wherever. There you are.
Yeah.
So the first point is what to do when returning home. Gas leaks, down power lines, structural damage. Because that is an assessment you need to do after a disaster.
This is definitely the... I've always imagined that sort of like after a disaster like this, whether you be at home or somewhere else, it's a little bit like... you guys ever watch Star Trek where they get attacked and the first thing the captain always says is damage report and casualties in that order?
Yeah.
So I kind of think of the same sort of thinking the same sort of way. What's the damage?
Hey, Guardian.
You know, if you're in your house or even on your way home, is there gas leaking? Is there a fire? Is there flooding pouring from somewhere? Is the house next door on fire? Is there a tree down? And then very quickly, is anybody hurt? Does anybody need immediate medical attention in your vicinity? And then, next door neighbors, people on the street, that kind of stuff. I'd imagine it's probably always a case that if there's a disaster severe enough that it's some sort of emergency like this, then there's definitely going to be some damage somewhere. So just assume the worst straight away. Look out for strange smells and things. Chemical leaks, because it might not even be gas. I live quite close to a factory that has what is it? I think it has ammonia leaks sometimes, an ammonia leak alarm, which I think has got something to do with refrigeration. But if that pipeline was to burst for some reason, that could become a severe hazard as well. So look out for strange smells and things.
Yeah. It depends on what kind of disaster it is and what the aftermath and when everything begin to go to normal.
Who would be very good to have here right now is Dior's, because his parents' house was hit with a tornado, and he's helping them out getting insurance, and he's a good resource for this kind of information. Good guy, easy guy to talk to. He's helping us.
Hey, it's good to see you, man.
Dealing with the insurance company, the cleanup, the rebuild, all that. So it's all from what I've learned from Steve or Dioris is that none of this is fast. The insurance companies take a long time to pay out, and it takes a lot of paperwork, and they've got to verify that you're not falsifying claims and different things like that.
Yeah, and they probably want pictures on the damages too.
They do. And many of those insurance companies nowadays, here in the States anyway, Shadow, will actually send a representative out to verify,
They always do that, especially if it's a major damage to your house or something.
Yeah.
So. And they take their own photos.
They do. Yes, they do.
Come on, CJ. Good boy. Go over there. Let me.
Yeah.
Good boy.
Then, and the complex part begins from there, because in order to get a rebuilding to begin, you've got to go through the county to get rebuild permits. On and on and on and on. It's not easy. They don't make it easy because there's levels of bureaucracy that you have to go through to get building permits. And so if your home is severely damaged, I don't know, for me, I just don't have the patience for that kind of nonsense. I'd probably be more likely to sell it at a loss. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
CR, lots of red tape,
I think without getting way ahead of ourselves at the point of talking about rebuilding, right after the initial disaster, I would also say take a moment to think about what the potential hazards that you can't see are, because before you go running out and trying to assist people or see what's going on, because there's hazards that you might not be aware of. There could be electrical hazards, gas hazards which are about to explode, for example, chemicals that you can't smell and aren't detectable, but the pipes have been ruptured. The authorities that are in charge of those kind of things, like the electricity board, chemical companies, gas companies, all these kind of things, they'll be aware of the epicenters of where these things have happened, but they need time to get from where they're at to get to these places. So, if you've got a major gas leak in your street and but you can't smell it because maybe there's a breeze somewhere else, that doesn't necessarily mean it's okay to go out there because the gas board haven't showed up for an hour. They'll have their own problems to deal with, and it might be 2 or 3 hours before they can get to you. I know from studying flooding in Europe. I did that about a year ago as part of another project, and it was incredible how many people died from being electrocuted because they assumed that when the power lines were down and nobody was going to them and they weren't making a noise or anything like you see in movies, they would be okay. And they weren't okay, because what was happening was there was some sort of system where they would be off, but then a power surge would go through them every now and again, and people were, moving them, and then out of nowhere they would be electrocuted. And that's something that can also happen as well. So take a good evaluation of your surroundings and what's going on, but be patient. If you're okay from a medical point of view and your house is still standing and your family, your immediate family and pets and things are okay, then I would take a little bit of time, maybe an hour or so, to think about what it is you're doing, and have like boots, masks, rubber gloves, those kind of things before you start before you venture out.
Well, I can't comment on the electrical, but here's what my neighbors did. They had a gas leak. So my neighbor works for a nearby city for the water department. He knows how the city government works. So he called our local fire department. Fire department showed up, and then the fire department called the gas company. And there was a gas company repairman there in 30 minutes. Because when the fire department calls, that puts you on the highest priority. So that might be a little tip for you guys. If you have electrical wires that are down, call the fire department.
Yeah, that is the best thing to do. They have to deal with it. They know what they're doing, at least.
They do, because these guys have got all the resources that we don't have, Yeah.
I think it's probably a good idea to have a physical list as well of numbers that you can call, rather than just phoning 999 or 911 or I'm not sure what's the number in Sweden for the emergency service. 911?
112.
112. So rather than just relying on those numbers, have a phone number for the emergency gas board or the emergency electrical company or something like that, and then give them a try as well. You might get nowhere with them, but they might be the only, because the emergency services will be rung off the hook. People will be phoning constantly, and the switchboards may only have 2 or 3 people trying to triage the calls. So if you can phone the gas company directly and say, look, there's a big blue pipe right outside my house and it's spewing out gas, I suggest you come here immediately. Because you've been the first person to call them, that you might see some results that way.
That's good thinking.
Hey, Guardian, good to see you.
Yeah, I suppose a lot of people will be trying to contact family, those close to them as well. I mean, before even things like gas, they'd be phoning up their family, I would think. Making sure everybody's okay. Where are they? Where are you? Are you okay?
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah,
You've got to get make a note of what's actually happened. Whatever it is, what damage. Not only that, is anything going to happen possibly shortly after? You might not have. There might be something happening straight after as well. So,
yeah, that's a good point. It could be like if it's an earthquake or something, then there could be aftershocks and tremors and things like that.
Yeah, and like you said, to watch out. You might see, for example, you might come upon a scene. Someone's lying on the floor injured, but they're in a pool of water, and there's an electrical lead that's snapped, and it's sparking electric. You don't just go straight into that area.
No.
You got to just don't just run straight into. Don't run into a burning house. Don't run into a house that's falling down. You've got to check the situation out first before you make any moves.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, there could be aftershocks. There could be things happening after. I've heard crazy stories about fires for the authorities waiting 3 days before they put boots on the ground. There's stories in America, you could look into it, research it, where they've let a fire go on for 3 days before they put anybody there because they're thinking, well, we don't want to disturb any of the rare plants. Lives don't matter to these people. You know, we're dealing with people that don't care about lives.
I haven't heard of anything like that here, but
Yeah, I heard stories about that in America. Where
I
they
haven't.
raided-
No, I can't. I'm going to have to disagree with that. You might
Well,
have
I'll
got
send
some
you a
false.
link then, Bob. I'll send you a link then, mate, and then you can see
Okay.
it for yourself, and then come back to me after, okay? Before
Okay, go ahead.
you know, because condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance.
Oh, thank you for that.
That's
But,
all right. You're welcome.
I've never heard of any fire department
I'll
saying
send you a
no.
link.
I'm not coming.
I'll send you a link about the story.
You might be talking about the Yellowstone National Forest when
No,
a
it
fire.
isn't there. I'll try and find it while I'm actually online then. Well, you guys carry on in the meantime, but I'll try and look for the video now. I'll send you a link. And I mean, I want to tell you something that I never, you know, that wasn't true, or well, if the video is telling the truth. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to condemn it without investigating it. You know.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I think a good place. I recall during 911 when that happened, our phone lines were jammed because I was doing it too. I was calling everyone I knew. Are you
Yep.
okay? Are you okay? You know, so expect that kind of a delay right off.
Yeah, that even happened in the UK during 9/11, and that was purely just people phoning and saying, "Can you believe what's going on? Turn on the TV."
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I remember that happening. I remember trying to phone my friends, and you know, way back then, and
Yeah, that's how I
it was
found out
John.
about it. A friend of mine called me on a landline. He said, "You should go turn on your TV later." And then I did, knowing, oh baby, look out, you know.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Hurricane Katrina was an example of when things can be over, when the authorities can be overwhelmed. You know, I don't know if it was intentional to begin with for a lot of those authorities, but it certainly was for some individuals within the emergency services to either not help or just go and do their own thing. There was lots of accounts of that taking place. Hurricane Katrina was a particular disaster where people really were just left to fend for themselves for a long time, partly because of the sheer scale of the disaster, but also just because it was so badly managed. It took 4 days for FEMA to get water to the Superdome or something, which is
what
amazing.
happened. Katrina was an unusual situation because it's right there on the banks of Lake Pontchartrain, and
the levees broke.
Right. That's after the storm passed by. So people were sheltering in the Superdome and other places. And okay, the storm's gone, and a lot of people were lining up, getting ready to get out of there, and then the levee broke. And that's when it really went. That was a real devastation right there, because now you can't get out of the city, because so it took them a long time to rally up some buses and stuff like that to get people out, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's a prime example of what we were talking about, where don't assume the disaster's over. You know,
Right.
there could be further consequences.
Yeah.
I've also heard stories about people drowning in tunnels after major rainstorms because they believed that the worst of it was over, the rain was starting to go off, and they could walk or drive into tunnels. But as we all know, the rain may have stopped in that location, but it hasn't stopped elsewhere, and the riverbanks have burst, and the torrent of water has come down, and you get flash flooding, and then you get these sort of underground tunnels and stuff where the people are, and they get flooded out. I think that happened. Was it Portugal? I can't remember the exact place, but that happened several years ago, where a bunch of people in their cars drowned, believing that the worst of the storm was over.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big
thing. I think a big mistake that a lot of people make is depending on the government to do anything. in my observation of government employees, a lot of them are mentally incompetent to even be able to do their primary job. And when
And
some
not even
people
just that.
sidewalk, they drop the ball, you know.
And also
Go ahead,
overwhelmed.
Guardian.
That's another thing, Bob. They also get
Yeah.
overwhelmed quite quickly.
They do.
Yeah, I mean the thing to be said with emergency services as well is the local emergency services they have their own emergency as well. You know,
They do.
they have, if they live in an earthquake zone or something, they also have the impact of the earthquake zone. You know, the local fire station might have fell down. You know, it's like anything could have happened. You know, we've seen 9/11 again. We see fire crews rushing to try and assist that disaster because they didn't know that the buildings were going to collapse because it's never happened before. You know, that was a first time.
Yeah.
And I actually seen a picture just the other day, like a terrible picture where it's a fire engine or truck, as you would call it there, crossing a bridge in New York. And I can't remember the exact division of the fire department, but that truck and everybody on it died. You know, just a couple hours later because they were one of the first people to go into that building. They had no idea that was going on. But the emergency services will always do a risk assessment of their own before they go into places. And so they must have risk assessed that and decided, okay, we can see the fires up there. This is what we're going to do. They had no idea that building was going to collapse. And I imagine the authorities in New Orleans had no idea the levees were going to break. And I imagine in Japan, when the earthquake took place there and that tsunami took place, they probably had no idea that there was going to be a leak at the Fukushima nuclear power plant. That was a secondary danger that nobody could have foreseen. I imagine very few people prepared for that. Even people who lived next to a nuclear power plant, they probably never imagined that something like that could take place because of all of the safeguards that were in place. There was a huge wall. The water had never been that high before. They didn't think it would be breached. Yet it was breached.
My mad respect for those operators who stayed in that power plant. They sacrificed their lives. They knew that they were going to die later on from radiation poisoning, but they stayed at their posts until they could safely turn it off. Man, my hat's off to those guys. They saved a lot of lives, you know.
The very same thing happened in Chernobyl. A lot of people don't know that some of the people who worked on trying to control the severe leak at Chernobyl back in the day did so pretty much knowing that it was a suicide mission.
Yeah.
You know, and they just did that anyway. You know, and those were, I suppose, Ukrainian or Russian emergency service people or workers, you know, and heroes, really. You know, something like that could devastate more than just a country or a region. It can have lasting impact throughout the whole of history if it wasn't for what they did.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most, you know, remarkable moments when people actually are willing to self-sacrifice themselves like that for the, you know, for how many families did they save? How many, like, specifically in a lot of scenarios like that, when things go completely upside down, it really comes down to people just also remaining calm, even before, you know, situations like that, and just being level-headed. I think a lot of the time panic ensues quite quickly, and depending on the kind of breakdown and depending on the actual event that's occurring, I think just being like, it's always just that whole having like a large amount of observance of what's happening as well. But yeah, just being extremely observant, highly alert, and also like just remaining calm. I think people get panicked very quickly, and if they have got like, well, certain people with enough training have actually learned to like not, you know, be completely overwhelmed by that. But I think for the most part, it's just important for people to, yeah, to watch what other people are doing, and in certain scenarios, you have to make that decision, bug in or bug out, right? And I think that's one of the big things when it comes down to knowing like what you really need to do in each scenario.
Yeah, I think you hit on a key point there about training, which I mean, that's something everybody can do. They can put something of a training in place for your own You know, whether that be a fire drill for your own household or a potential emergency, an emergency incident. If you live in a flood zone or an earthquake zone or something like that, have a procedure in place that you drill, that you actually follow. So the day that it happens, and even if it never happens, but the day that it does happen, you have a formula to follow, a procedure to follow, because it is like Guardian was saying. It's often the case that these people, they'll always say things like, the training just kicked in. I simply just did the things I was trained to do, and they do it in a particular order. And that allows them to sort of partition the horrendous thing that's going on and allow them to focus on what needs to be done at that very, point in time. I spoke to a paramedic one time who told me that, he'd been to like some severe car accidents where entire families were basically mangled in a car. And I always say, how do you deal with that? And he says, well, if you were just to show up at that car, you'd be overwhelmed with the sight of what was going on. But to him, he realized that he had a very specific set of tasks and jobs to do in a certain order, and there was a hierarchy to what he had to do. And so he simply did all those things. And then afterwards, after the event was over a couple hours later, then he sat back and thought, bloody hell. Then the emotional part of it sort of affects him as a human. But prior to that, he was like almost working on autopilot, A lot of in these emergencies, I've never been in the emergency services, but I can imagine that that's how a lot of these guys sort of operate and think. Trauma nurses, trauma doctors, and things like that. They see terrible things all the time, but they somehow just get through it.
Yeah, paramedics, mountain rescuers as well. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah,
I kind of a friend of mine is a retired Seattle firefighter. And he says, same as my wife, when there's a medical emergency, they both say the same thing. And I did too when I was in the military. You just go on automatic. You look at what needs to be done, focus on that, and to heck with everything else around you. Focus on the task in front of you, rely on your skills and your training, and go do the job. And then get out of there, and that's when people have panic attacks, and after the emergency is over.
Because you are so focused on your job.
I think it also points out that usually in these kind of situations there has to be a hierarchy. There has to be somebody in charge. There has to be somebody taking charge and somebody delegating what's going on and triaging what's going on, making decisions. Because if you have lots of people sort of arguing about what isn't a priority, the too many cooks in the kitchen type scenario, that's also no good. So if you're the main person in your household, for example, then you have to make it clear that, okay, this is what we're doing because I've thought it through. Here's what we're going to do, and we're going to do it in this order. And try and stick to it.
Yeah, I've never been a firefighter, but I know that I've seen videos of firefighters. They're called to like a tank farm, a chemical factory, and many times they're told to stand back and wait until the higher ups look into what kind of chemicals are in that place, which one is the priority to try to extinguish, and they're told to stay back and wait for instructions. And I'm sure that's when somebody like a fire chief is going through documents and what kind of symbols do you see on these tanks and what is the chemicals. And there is a hierarchy to that. I know that.
Yeah, I think as well the notion, like somebody picked up on earlier, about not automatically assuming the authorities or even trusting the authorities have exactly your best interests at heart. They'll often get things completely wrong. I mean, the 9/11 thing's one where they got it wrong for themselves as well. But Darylov, you'll be able to say more about this than me, but the Grenfell Tower, for example, disaster, people were actually informed by the emergency services to stay put.
That's right.
Well, for anybody who doesn't know, the Grenfell Tower is a large residential building in London which caught fire, and it was the outside paneling of the building caught fire, and it was always believed that because there was fire breaks within the building, that if you stayed in one flat and another flat was on fire, you would be protected. And what actually happened was the entire huge story, I can't remember how many stories it was, they're big anyway, they're large towers, the entire thing caught flames, and I can't remember the number either, but hundreds of people, I think, died.
Yeah, it was a very sad story indeed. The buildings were designed initially to, yes, the people were told stay in your places, because when the buildings were designed, they were designed to, if there was a fire in another part of the building, you would be safe in your block, in your flat. But with the introduction of all this cladding, cheap cladding around the building, where the fire actually spread on the outside, and somehow the fire was getting in through balconies, through windows. But it was that cheap cladding around the outside, which when they investigated was lower grade material, flammable, cheap. I mean, someone even chased the guy down. I don't know if you remember that, Alan. They actually chased the guy down, and he was in a forest with his wife and children. And someone approached him and said, "You know that cheap cladding cost everybody their life?" But it was passed by the council. You know, they never checked it properly. And yeah, it's very, very sad. Actually grew up not so far away from Grenfell Tower, just a few train stations up the road. I grew up in a place called White City, which was Grenfell Tower was near Ladbroke Grove. So we've got Ladbroke Grove, Latimer Road, and then White City. So 3 train stations away from where I grew up. It's very sad.
Yeah, and the incredible thing is that cheap cladding that you're talking about is actually still on a lot of buildings in the UK. There's dozens of them in Scotland, for example, that have that identified dangerous cladding, but the council won't remove them because it's too expensive.
I'm going to slide back into the original topic. I think, say if right here at my home, if we got hit with a major earthquake, which we're on the Pacific Rim of Fire, which is a possibility, an immediate decision is to be made. Do we stay here and shelter in place on our property, or do we leave? And I think there has to be a bond of trust, and now that's a decision among my family, my direct family. Do we stay or do we leave? Should I stay and guard the property while the family leaves? You know, you've got to have a bond of trust in your family, especially with, I'm going to say it, the alpha male has to have his wife and children have to have a bond of trust with that alpha male, you know. That's how it would come down to in my family anyway. I've got good judgment, a lot of experience, and you know, I think if if my house was torn up quite a bit, and then I'd put it to a vote. What do you guys think? Should I stay here and guard what's left, and you guys go stay in a hotel? You know, I don't know if my wife would go for that or not, but we'll see. But a bond of trust of your family, very important, no matter what happens. You know?
I think also being able to know when to get out as well, and then when you do get out, making sure that your family is at least moderately. Wow, such an easy word. Failed it so hard. Moderately easy for people to also kind of like self-assess as well, and just to have like a certain amount of training within your family, because then for the most part, when you're capable of kind of just avoiding scenarios, I think people really start to experience panic within 2 to 3 days when the quote unquote grid goes down, when people start to have lapses in the capability for them to get, just to be able to provide for themselves basic food, water as well. It's just that for the most part, I really unfortunately have a large amount of distrust in groups of people. And when people start grouping after 2 to 3 days, when resources are extremely limited, that's when it really is going to be best for you to at least just step out of the way of all of that, specifically in most scenarios, and be able to be observant from the outside. So where you're saying as well, Bob, I think that for the most part, in most SHTF scenarios as well, where people can start getting a bit rowdy, it absolutely would be best for yourself and your family. And I know that you know this too, to be able to be, like, just avoid that, you know, to avoid that type of confrontation and combat, because we've seen it before when people start to get desperate, even on things such as Black Friday, when all the sales are happening and all that, and people start bombarding the doors and opening doors and they get trampled, and even some sports games where the same type of thing has happened. It's like, people are great as individuals, and I was having a conversation about this quite recently as well, where people are
Psychology.
pretty great. Yeah, exactly. The group think.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
that can be dangerous. Good point brought up. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta trust your instincts and trust your family. You know, if your wife says, "Let's get out," let's do that. Let's, you know, you got to have a good family bond of people. You know.
And quite often in so many different ways, you know, not only in these scenarios, but being able to just listen to each other as well, and to be able to, like, come together in like a, you know, sound plan. When it comes down to a lot of things, I can't tell you the type of person that I am today compared to 12 years ago when I met my wife. And I don't mean to bring a long story into this, but I'm just saying, like, there are so many ways that if a person is willing to just have introspection within themselves, and also sometimes a partner can act like a mirror, where you're able to just kind of like learn and grow as a person, because you can BS a person for a couple of weeks, a couple of months, but when you're stuck, like, in a scenario, and I wouldn't say stuck, I'm actually very grateful for my being stuck. When you're in a scenario that you can't just dodge certain things, you can't just like evade and move to another group of friends, or you can't do anything like that. You really are faced with who you really are, and that person, and I hope that they are honest, as my missus is extremely honest, is she'll actually, you know, just be able to kind of guide you to be a better person and to be a better version of who you are. So I genuinely say that, like, in a lot of ways, you just need to be capable of listening to each other between, like, you know, and as you say there, in a democracy style as well, be able to vote and just, you know, get their opinions on it. I think that that's a great point, Bob.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I don't know. I'll just go back to that. Trust your gut and trust your family. And I recommend any of you guys, as preppers, do what I do. I take what I have already prepared and I do practice. I test and test and test and do it again. Like, I've got some metal pieces arriving today, some sheet metal, and I'm going to go, and when I tested out very small pieces of wood that I've made here in my shop, they work better than larger pieces of wood in my paint can stove. So later today, I'm going to go assemble some modifications on the paint can stove, and then cook a meal on top of my paint can stove later today. Try again. Do test runs again and again. And Shadow was in the military, so was I. And man, that's what 90% of our time was spent. Do it again. Try it again. Find a failure. Make an adjustment. Try it again. Try it again. Keep going. Drill and do it. Because if something really happens and you need what you have stored away in your preps, you can just slide right into it nice and smooth, and you'll be all right because you've already tested it. That's the best advice I can give to you guys today.
Bob, I found that thing. I'll just briefly.
I got the link. I got it.
Yeah, it's Bureau of Land Management, Internal Working Document, Human Dimensions of Ecosystem Management, Objective Purpose. All ecosystem management activities should consider human beings as a biological resource.
Okay.
So, have you watched that video? I've left the link in the chat there.
I got it. Yeah.
I've put 25 minutes at the time for you to go in to watch it, and then it describes as they were waiting for 3 days before they decided what to do with this fire. Idaho, it says Idaho, and you probably know these regions better than Idaho and wherever's near to Idaho. Manhattan, there we go. southern Idaho, and excuse me, and Montana.
Okay.
Because they didn't want to destroy any of the ecosystem, like destroy any rare plants, they didn't allow humans to go in. I was like, huh? So you could see it there on that video, and it speaks about how. So we're saying we're going to depend on the government. If you can't depend on the government now, what makes people think they're going to depend on the government after a disaster? I mean, look how they're behaving now. We've just had a MP resign because a bit of fraud going on. You know, it's always happening. I mean, you can't depend on these people. You know, you can depend on your family, the close ones, your own preps. I mean, I depend on God. Like, I'm a believer. You know, that's my prerogative. Everyone on the panel is different. We've all got different whatever. But Shadow's a Christian. I know Shadow's a believer.
Yeah.
I'm a believer. But yeah, so, you know, don't depend on none of these people, because they haven't got our best interest at heart. I mean, a lot of this stuff that's going on is man-made, unfortunately.
Well,
a lot of the wars.
That's why we all should be, or I do, put away food and water and tools and practice using it again and again and again, so I don't have to depend upon a government.
And forgive me, Bob, I wasn't calling you ignorant. I wasn't.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to be rude or anything like that, you know?
I get it, no problem.
It's just that when someone says to me, no, that's not true. And
no, I said, I can't believe it. Well, anyway.
Well, there you got the video right there. Everybody in the chat can see this video. It actually is a very powerful video. And it does go along with what we're talking about, what happens after disasters. Because, you know, you might think, right, I'm going to go to a FEMA camp. But is things going to be better there? You know? They didn't, and someone mentioned Katerina earlier. They put them in a football stadium after the disaster or while it was all going on. And then you started hearing stories of people getting raped, robbed, people never had water. You know, people have become, sadly, today they've programmed everybody to become so selfish, sit down in your house, watch a video, you know, your place, no one comes in your space. You know, they've made us selfish. And we wasn't like that before. You know, before, I remember the time when if an old lady fell down, you know, everybody's running to help her. You know, people nowadays are stepping over people. There's a guy who was on the London Underground having a heart attack, and no one done anything. You know, they put adverts on. If you see someone's side of their face sort of sloping down like that, they're having, what is that called? Is that a stroke?
Stroke.
You know?
Yeah.
So to know the signs, like, but people today, they're.
I think there's a couple of points just from that bit of conversation we had there that I think is worth bearing in mind as well. One is the importance of having a bug out location. Lots of people seem to think that bugging out just means running to the woods. It really doesn't. Bugging out means bugging out is going to a safe location. Now that's probably a relative's house. You know, so I've got it in my mind, like you were saying, Bob, that if something severe, if some severe damage happened to my property, there would be a decision made where it would be a case of, okay, you know, the wife and the kid take the car with the preps and the bug out stuff and head to her dad's or her mum's.
Right.
And, you know, that's a safe location several miles from where we're at. And it might be the case that half my wall has fell down, but I think structurally the house is solid enough that it's not going to fall on top of me, and so I'm willing to stay to, you know, protect what I have. That might be something to consider. Another thing to consider, though, just that reminded me while we were talking about different stuff there, was apart from the fact that you'll get looters after these kind of events, so that's a reason for why you would want to bug in essentially and protect what you've got. You also have to be aware of the fact that the authorities might mandate that you leave. There are compulsory mandate evacuations that take place, and some of them you have no choice. The authorities will kick your door down and say you're getting out of here, even if it's your own property. Now, I suppose there might be different laws to different parts of the world, whether that be the case or not, but I know that happens, and that's something to consider. So if you're a typical sort of alpha male, for example, says, well, I'm just going to stand guard right here at my door no matter what. The world could be ending. I'm still going to stay put right here. Don't care. But have you considered the fact that the local law enforcement will force you to leave? I mean, let's face it. Yeah, so that's something to think about. So you have to have a plan for that.
Yeah, that happens frequently here on the East Coast because they get hit with tornadoes and what do you call them? Not typhoons, but hurricanes.
Hurricanes. Yeah.
Yeah, and people, you've seen videos of people like in Florida and different states where they'll nail doors and windows shut and I'll get the family in the car and get out. For me, if I'm told you need to evacuate, I'm going. I'm leaving. You know, to hell with the house. I'll bring some of my own food, water, and protection and go.
So another step that a person can actually take, not even just before and not even after the disasters, but a person can do so right now while things are still relatively good, you know. If a person has the capability, even if it's just once a month or once every second month, to just save a little bit of money and just go camping with the family and just to check out different camping spots and different guest houses and different kind of like places where they're kind of out of the way. They're not in the middle of a city. They're not even close to cities. It might be a bit of a drive, but the family will absolutely enjoy it quite a lot. And you familiarize yourself with certain places as well across the country in your local area, so that in the case of things really going bad, if you absolutely had to, I'm not saying you're going to go there and raid it all or anything like that. I'm saying that you're going to go there, and if there's already been a sort of a friendship kind of bond that's been formed with the owners of that specific venue, or that bed and breakfast, or the guest lodge, or anything like that, and you kind of had a bit of a rapport, then it's so much easier to then go to where there are solid brick walls or solid structure that you can at least be out of the elements and still be away enough that you could perhaps take a small community group of people that you know are extremely loyal to you, or nobody's ever really loyal to you, because realistically people lie a lot, and people are, people ultimately scenarios like that can change very quickly. So yeah, you just got to make sure that you know who you are taking with you, and that you have a place that you could essentially go to. And I mean, even if it does get cramped a little bit, it's still much better to have a cramped place where there are where there are like a concrete structure that you can at least be sheltered from the elements, and that you can at least work as a community to start defending a structure like that. Because otherwise, running out to the middle of the forest or the bush or the jungle, whatever you got in your part of the world, can be extraordinarily difficult. Hey, Chef Tech, good to have you here.
Hey, good to be here.
Let me bounce off of what Guardian just said. We've already incorporated that into our plans, and thank God I'm married to a Filipino. That's part of their culture. That is part of their culture, is they help each other.
Yeah.
We extended out to them. We have like 5 families in different directions here. We extended the same grace out to them. If something happens, you can come sleep on our floor. They say the same with us. And that bond among the Filipinos, because they get hit with disasters and poverty and crime and all that. That's in their culture. You do not turn a Filipino away. You don't unless you have no other choice. That's incorporated in our plans.
I saw a video of some Filipino guys the other day, and there was a couple of guys having a fight, road rage, and loads of people come to separate them. No, stop this.
Yeah.
And in UK now, a fight could be going on, and no one wants to get involved. No one wants to. It's not my business. Like, someone could be getting killed.
They'd probably film it on their phone.
The trouble is here, if you jump in and help someone, I think if PB was here, he knows more about the 21-foot rule. if you're out, I don't know if you know it, Alan, if you're outside of that 21 feet, don't go within there to help the person. Go away. Like if you're within that space, then you can help. I don't know, it's a weird one, but Peavy knows more about that 21-foot rule.
Oh man, yeah, it's not like that when among the Filipinos. They help each other. It's deep rooted in their culture, you know.
Yeah,
I remember
local communities. We would help each other. I think the people around us in our immediate sort of the ones that kind of know you.
Well, I know that's the benefit of growing up in a tropical climate is because everyone's outside all the time. They actually know each other.
Yeah.
And I like one of my wife's cousin comes to stay with us for a week or two when we go back there to visit. That my wife's cousin lived with my wife's family. Two of their cousins lived with her when their parents were in hard economic times. They'll send their children to live with family. It's deep rooted in their culture. So I thank God I married a Filipino. Mark, airstrike coming your way. That damn raccoon. He's almost done.
I had to hop on a different iPad. I'm like, oh great, now I need another raccoon chef picture. Let me go digging for one of those.
Did anybody hear recently that apparently France hospitals were told to prepare for mass casualties by the 26th of March 2026? So we've had information in the UK recently sent out that people are to expect a mass casualty event of 700. So it makes sense to prepare for stuff like we're saying, how to be after. You know, make sure your stuff's okay, your stuff hasn't been compromised, your preps. Like if there's been a flood and you've got a cache in that area, forget that cache, don't go to the area. That's why I like to spread my caches around. And yes, it's good to have a place to go. It's not straight into the wilderness, but maybe like someone said earlier, relatives, a friend that you can trust. Maybe have some supplies there. You know, maybe have a bucket of a cache there. Say, look, can I put that in your garden? In the garage, and also immediate steps to take after a disaster. Go in your garden and put all the stuff in your house. Why? Because people are going to be looking for resources.
Yes.
You know, they're gonna try and come and get. You know, if they come
they
from the
can dig up
supermarket,
your garden.
they're going
Totally.
to come in your garden. People are doing it now, where they see things like they come to the UK and they go, "Wow, look at that bike in the garden," and they're sort of jumping over the fence and just taking the bike away.
Yeah.
No, that's a big UK problem right now with everything going on over there. But we won't get into that because somebody will get arrested. If we talk about it.
Actually, at the end of the day, Chef, you know, I think we're talking about stuff that's important here,
Hey,
mate.
Mike. Good to see you.
You know,
Hi, Mike.
Hello.
everyone's got an opinion on the panel. You know, you can't just put someone down.
I want to go off of what Dear Love says here. I did have a lot of firewood outside of my house underneath the gazebo to keep it dry. I've left a couple of bundles of wood underneath there so that if somebody does come over my fence for resources, okay, now you got a couple of bundles of wood. But I took all the rest of my wood and I work hard. I stay busy here and I split up all of my firewood into little pieces like that for my paint can stove. I took it from outside of my house and I put it in my garden shed. Now I've moved it out of my garden shed and put it inside the garage where we can take a short walk, grab some wood, go out and cook, come back in the house. I don't leave anything in my garden shed at all anymore. I brought it all into the garage and I process it. I got the tools to be able to, you know, just like I made a video the other day testing out those little pieces cooking on the paint can stove. That's what I do. I just take big pieces, make them into little pieces, and put them into containers that are water resistant. Yeah, good point. Bring stuff inside the house so that somebody can't walk around and grab it. Yeah.
After a disaster, that people are going to be. I saw a scene in Katarina in America. I'm going to come to your place, Chef. in America, don't get angry with me now.
I'm not getting angry. You can
Okay.
pop over if you want. Good luck
In
finding it.
America, in Katarina, this guy was walking with a telly. He had a telly, and the
Okay.
water was up to his chest. He just stole a television.
Yeah, New Orleans.
New
Hurricane
Orleans.
Katrina. Yeah, they're all stealing TV sets. Like, what are you gonna do? You got no power. But you know what?
I was like, where you going with that TV of all the
brains
things
don't
to
think.
steal?
They don't think. They just see something that's expensive, and they always wanted one. They get it, and it probably didn't work when I got there because of the moisture. But you know, people are stupid.
So as well, things to be aware of after a storm. I think someone did mention it earlier about confrontation. Be very careful, you know, about confrontation in these situations as well. You know, if someone does steal your stuff, is it worth? You know, you got to really be careful. It depends on what. If they steal your TV, there's a flood. He ain't going nowhere. You can't use the TV. You go chasing after him. Not only might you get, you know, you might flip in. You're going in that nasty water chasing this guy with a TV. I was like, where are you going with that TV? Anyway, enough of that.
Whatever. I'm not worried about somebody stealing my TV anyway.
Welcome in, Mike.
But your food, your water filter, your immediate things for your family. You know,
we've gone over that with how to protect yourself last week, and this is more right after it happens. Like, as soon as it happens, what do you got to protect? I don't think that, you know, the military's not coming for my food and all that stuff. Neighbors are going to be trying to scramble to do their own thing. Mm-hmm. They might ask for help if you're good neighbors with them. You know, you can give them some help. They can give you some help, or you can give them tips, tricks, and maybe help them out mechanically with tools and stuff. But right away, I don't think people are going to be going in gangs, running around stealing people's food out of their backyard or their gardens or anything like that. Not initially.
If you're assessing your food supplies right after a disaster as well, I mean, it's probably a good idea to anything perishable, like stuff in your fridge and your freezer, you know, consume that as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm. That's common.
You know.
Yeah.
That's why I've said that if something happens to the power, and I know it's going to be long term, and I know my generator is only going to keep up for so long.
Yeah.
Out comes my double burner stove, outdoor stove with a bunch of bottles of propane, and all my canners. I will be pressure canning, freaking every piece of meat I got in the freezer, so it'll last me another 2-3 years. It may not taste the same, but it's still protein and meat and whatever. But I'll be preserving it then. Right now, I like it in the freezer because it tastes better.
That's a good plan, Chef. That's very smart.
Mike's eating his supplies right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I am sorry.
how you feeling, Mike? I caught a couple of your videos there going, yeah, this is a whole lot harder than I thought.
Did you make it the full distance, Mike?
No.
I haven't seen any updates.
Not the full, so the updates videos on the actual main videos on the channel rather than the shorts. I didn't make it the full distance. Originally it was 232 miles, but I did make it 171 miles to Scotland. So I made it over the border. If I'd have gone on like the main road, like the A6, or that goes right up the country, I'd have made it with time to spare, but it took me over some of the highest, 5,200 meters elevation in total. I did climbing with a trailer on my back.
Lovely.
So it was an accomplishment despite technically failing.
I wouldn't really say that was much of a failure. When I was watching your videos, I learned two things. One, I couldn't do half of that, and the other one being, I'm never going to buy a trailer for a bike as a bug-out vehicle.
No. Honestly, in thinking about it, sat here thinking about it. Yeah, trailer, no problem. Yeah, it can't add that much. Yeah, the weight's balanced. Soon as you put anything into practice, it's a whole different ball game. Going up an incline like this felt like somebody was pulling you backwards. If I'd had exactly the same weight spread about my person and about the bike itself, it'd have been easier.
Yeah, could you have done it with less?
I could have definitely done it with less. The first night camping, you saw me pumping up an airbed and having this luxury little campsite. It was like, no, that was stupid.
That was an extra kilo of weight you didn't need to carry with you. Yep.
But this is how we learn.
Mike, you use the magic word. Practice.
Yeah.
So
do it again.
I'm only
do it again.
I'm looking forward to you doing it again next year. I want to watch your legs get waxed again. That was funny as hell.
Oh
if
yeah, I wasn't that one.
it's grown
didn't
back,
see that.
if it's grown back by next year,
Oh, you'll
yeah,
get
maybe.
some grown back.
The challenge for charity next year is going to be slightly different, but I want to do this cycle again either way, because I want to learn from what my mistakes and like adapt the route, adapt the bike, adapt
go.
the type of luggage, and see if it's accomplishable. And maybe not have as strict a timeline as I did. So it was a massive learning curve, and I would say you could sit there all day long theorizing how you're going to bug out. Unless you practice it, unless you do it, unless you feel that strain. Just because you did it 10, 20 years ago when you were young doesn't mean you can do it now. So
That's
definitely
correct.
test it.
That'd be like
And-
me
and-
walking to my cabin. It's
Yeah.
an hour away, or 55 minutes on the main highway. There are back roads I can get over there, but it's that if I took just back roads to get there, I'm looking at just drive time at the speed limits, probably 2.5 hours. And if I have to walk it, I'm looking at 2 to 3 days of walking. And I got
Yeah.
2 huge mountains to go over. They're each, I think, the one I'm in a valley. So the one just above my cabin, I think is 3,200 feet, and another one is about 2,600 feet. And there's no direct road. The roads twist and wind to get to the top. So you're not going straight up the mountain. You're walking these back roads that, instead of going a half a mile straight up the mountain, you're doing 7 miles back and forth, zigzagging your way up the mountains. So that's
Yeah.
a long walk. I don't think I want to try to practice it. I don't think I'm not worried about it. It's not like I keep stuff out there where I have to leave the house and go there. Now, is there enough there if something happens?
Yeah.
If I see it coming, get in the car, grab your shit, go.
Yeah, I mean, only if
we're
it's
good for a
generally
month out there,
Yeah, only if it's genuinely part of a plan should you be practicing it and stuff like that. But it is a massive reality check, especially if you're doing it on your own like I did. There's a mental aspect that you can't possibly train in any gym for. There is a mental aspect to it, and day one, I'm concentrating on cycling, filming, waving at passers-by. By day 2, I'm in my own head. By day 3, I was talking to sheep and goats. By day 4, I was talking to dead relatives.
By day 5, you were introducing yourself to the sheep and goats. Just kidding.
By day 5, they were answering back.
That's right.
But
Mike,
that's genuinely true. I was. None of these people were talking back to me or anything like that. But
were any of these sheep married, Mike? Or,
if you don't ask them, everything's okay.
Different culture.
Actually, someone made a point there in the chat there. Mistakes have a fully rubber tire that can't get even punctured. I mean, things like steps to immediately take. Is your car safe to drive? If there's been a disaster, maybe the tire shops are shut down, the garage is shut down. So do you have tools in your car? Making sure you've got it's not just food, water, but also like the gentleman said in the chat there, mistakes have a fully rubber tire. So have you got that spray perhaps? Because if you do get a puncture and you're trapped and you're thinking, okay, like Bob said earlier, if someone tells me to leave, I've got to leave. I'm going to leave. So is my car, is it fueled up? Have I got enough fuel?
And Mike learned the lesson here, didn't you?
Test it, because somebody suggested that slime stuff for my tires. I thought, great, no problem. Yeah, I ordered 2 cans of it. Great, it went in the bike. Not a problem.
But now you're carrying weight around for something you might
need. That's not the point. The point is, when I did get a puncture, guess what? The types of valves that are on my tires don't fit them cans.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Practice.
That's where you need to carry a spare tube or two, because they're even a tire. If a tire gets shredded, like the one was popping out on the trailer.
If it was a disaster scenario, example, taking this step immediately after it was a storm or something like that, and I had to get up to the missus up in Scotland in that same sort of system, and I'd set off the way I had with the trailer. By day 2, I'd have dropped the trailer. I always carry cable ties. I always carry duct tape. So I'd have dropped the trailer and strapped up anything I could to the bike. By the time I got the puncture on day 5, I'd have dropped the bike, and I'd been carrying an on Shanks's pony the rest of the way. Obviously, because because it's peace times and I didn't want to dump the £1,000 bike, I didn't.
Mike, I'm going to ask for a translation. I speak colonial English. What is a bike, whatever pony? What is that?
Shanks's pony meat just means on foot.
Oh,
On foot.
okay. Yeah, I'm a colonial. I am sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a good idea. We always say it: drill, practice, make yourself uncomfortable. Get out there for the weekend. Take your tent. Is it gonna? People got tents. They never tested it. I got my bug out bag tent. Right? Have you tested it? Like Mike just said there. That's a beautiful example. Someone said in the chat, have a power bank. Okay, you got the power bank. Have you got the correct leads?
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, okay, I've got a power bank. Let's get. Oh no, I've got the wrong lead.
And then you've got to juggle the decision between the weight of a power bank versus carrying it.
Yeah, then you do something like Bob would do. He would hook up a car alternator to the back wheel of the bicycle, but not being run while you're pedaling. But every time you went down a hill, he'd turn that sucker on, charge the batteries up all the way down the hill.
I went into the antique store just before I set off. I was hoping to find. You used to be able to get bicycle lights that had a little.
Had the generator. I still got one. Yep.
I was looking for one. I couldn't find one.
I wonder if they have those on Amazon. Let me just.
I found versions on Amazon, but they were either overpriced or they were like underpriced.
If you're going to buy something like a tent, don't try to go cheap. Like someone says there, a Temu tent. It's all right, darling. I've got a Temu tent. You say to your wife, your kid, let's get in the children, let's get in the Temu tent, and it lasts 5 minutes.
Yeah, and a mosquito flying at 0.2 kilometers per hour blows a hole in the side of it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I highly recommend a tent that it costs over at least cost around $200.
Yes.
Minimum. Minimum.
I admit, I will put it out there. The tent I got was a cheap one from Decathlon, but it was really good. And the only reason I got it is because I was going to get the more expensive one. I went into the store, I picked it up, and the weight of it, I was like, no. And then I picked up this little one. I thought, yeah, that'll do. It's better than a bivvy bag. That'll do. And yeah, but to be honest, on the rethink, I'll probably have a tarp and a bivvy.
Yeah, Shadow just did he did a review on his tent going camping. It's terrible. It doesn't go back in a bag.
None of them do.
None of them ever do. I still have 2 tents from when I was a boy. I'm talking 35 years ago. They're Eureka self-standing tents. I mean, the poles are separate, but it was great because when I could stake it to the ground, it had the fly on. It was very strong. It wasn't a lightweight, but when I was done camping for like a day, 2, 3 nights, I could literally unstake it from the ground, pick the whole tent up by the crossbar. It would still stay as a tent and shake all the dirt out of it. And then fold it up and put it back in its bag. It all fit in the bags. Or I could set the fly up just by itself, which we did many times on hiking trips. Didn't have to set the tent up. I just put the poles together, throw the fly over, and we could sit underneath and eat lunch in the rain. I
will bet my bottom dollar that the reason for that is somebody thought, if we take an inch of material off this bag, we'll save 0.3 pence. If we take another inch of material off this bag, we'll save another 0.3 pence per unit.
They're saving the pence, but they're also saying, look, we just saved 17 grams.
Yeah.
And because some of these long-term hikers are all about, they weigh everything in grams to carry because they know what they got, they know what they need, they know what they can carry, and how fast the food is going to go, even though it's freeze dry. I mean, I used to get into that a little bit. I'm like, that's just too much math for me. I'll take what I want, and if it's too heavy, I'll lose stuff on the way, pick it up on the way back, and yeah.
Well, I've decided if this is ever a scenario, I'm just going to have to scavenge 5-star hotel rooms en route all the way. That's
At least you can work on your bicycle in an air-conditioned environment.
I've got one of these. This is a Ferrino light tent. And it cost me £170. And it's 1.7 kilos.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
Have you ever set it up and slept in it?
Yes. It's brand new. I've tested it once, and I bought a cheaper. It's still brand new, but I've tested it once, and it was what I do is I combine a tent with a tarp. So, you know, I've got two. So I did buy a cheaper one. I did a video of it years ago. I had a tent that I bought from Sports Direct, which is it was a cheap tent, but I had a British Army basher over the top of it, which gave it, you know, which made it brilliant. I took it out in the Mini Beast from the East. I've tested that one many times, but I bought something a bit more stronger for the inner tent. It's a Ferrino light tent.
My question is, can you sit up straight in it?
Just.
Yeah, because honestly, I've got a low profile tent, a Ranger 1, an old school Litchfield Ranger 1, and I can't sit up in it. And you've never seen something more horrendous than me trying to struggle put trousers on in a tent that small. It's just
oh, true that.
You got to practice that. We used to get fully dressed inside a mummy bag before venturing down to 10 degrees. It's like you kept your clothing the bottom of the bag overnight to stay warm. In the morning, you put them on, and that always was fun in a mummy bag. You have no room to bend your elbows, knees, nothing. Yeah.
And 20 years ago, I'd have took that challenge. Now, I make noises to pick something up off the floor.
Yeah.
I know the feeling, Mike. I know that feeling.
Now, we're briefly on the subject of tents and outdoor gear.
Is that a
Trust me,
waterproofing?
guys.
Yep.
Yes, trust me. Okay, you see that once a year. You see that's my old military issue jackets and hat.
Nice.
Once a year, I take those off the hook and I take them outside and I spray it down with this camp dry. Fellas, younger guys, trust me.
That's a silicone base, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So ironically, I picked
me.
up. I had a bunch of cans. It's for I forget who makes it. Resolve for your carpets. When you get a new carpet, you spray it all over it, let it dry.
Yeah, so you can spill anything on it and stuff. I've seen that.
Literally the same stuff. I used to spray that stuff on my tent just to keep the waterproofing good. Doesn't weigh anything. It's like all silicone with a propellant.
Yep.
And when the water hit it,
the
water would just literally it would bounce off the tarp. It wouldn't even run down the tarp. It would just bounce off.
I started using this years ago, deer hunting in the Cascade Mountains when I was in my 20s. And trust me, guys, get a few cans of this stuff, take your outdoor gear, hang it up outside. Do not spray this inside the house.
No.
You will regret it.
No.
But once a year, coat your stuff. I've even done it with my H harnesses and all that, because it's rainy in the UK like it is here. And if you get wet and you're out in the mountains hunting or whatever, you get wet, now your life is in danger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially as soon as that sun drops.
That's right. Yeah. Even do it with your tent right there, dear. Yeah. Do it with your tent.
I was telling you about that. I had the cheaper one. It's the Gillett one.
Yeah.
But this was about £30, £25, but I used it as an inner, and then I had a British Army basher over the top. I went out in -4, -3, and I had layers underneath my sleeping bag. What do you call it? Airbed? Not an airbed.
The foam mattress, the foam pad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even treat that with this stuff
and
too.
then underneath that, I had a reflective roll as well. One side was reflective, so I had about 3 layers. I was comfortable in a cheap tent, but I replaced that one with a much better one. It's worth spending that little bit. What's your life worth? People go to a pub and spend £100 on a weekend. 2 weekends, £200. You've got a nice tent. I don't drink, so people go and waste money on clothing. Imagine, after an event and you're stuck in your little going out shirt, you haven't prepared. And then even things like this, is great, because steps to take after. We were always talking about before.
Yeah.
I tell you,
Yeah.
That's
I
why.
tell
That's
you-
why I live in jeans and a t-shirt, and I carry a hoodie with me. I don't care
There
where
you
I'm
go.
going. I have new jeans and new t-shirts, or maybe I have some nice shirts. But no, I'm literally my whole life has been in jeans and a t-shirt forever. I don't care
Yeah,
where I'm
same.
going. My jeans are always in good shape, unless I'm doing something around the house. I wear the ones with paint and stain all over them. But
I tell you what, Bob, I'm going to use that stuff on my medical kit.
There you go. Put it
So I've got
all over.
a really good size medical kit. Turns out it's not that waterproof. In the trailer, once I opened the medical kit, when I needed it, all the dressings were damp.
Oh,
The whole thing. So lots of it needs replacing. But I thought, because it was a canvas medical kit with a really sturdy zip, and I thought splash proof. It didn't get dumped anywhere. That was just up spray.
Your zippers. I would
Yeah, but
put it all
it-
in a plastic bag in there. At least
Yeah, I get that, but
Yeah.
it literally only got a shower on it. It never like got soaked. It never got dropped in anything. So I was shocked at how unwaterproof it was. To be fair,
just
so
the humidity got into it from the rain, the 100% humidity. Yeah,
more than likely, yeah. But it's proof in the pudding, right? This is why we test things. But
yeah.
an expensive lesson, but a lesson nonetheless.
Let you know, Mike. This is about $15 a can,
Yeah.
but it goes a long
I'm
way.
going to find it now and
Oh,
add it
what's
to
the
the-
name of it again, Bob? Sorry, I'll make a little note of that.
Kiwi Camp Dry. Or,
Kiwi.
it's on Amazon.
yeah. So here's
Yeah.
what you do with stuff like that. Go to the Kiwi site and punch in MSDS sheet to see what's in it, and then go find like a carpet stain protector type thing and see if it's the same ingredients. And because they throw the word camping on there, it made it more expensive. But the stuff I use, Resolve for carpets,
Resolve.
it's literally the same stuff in there in a bigger can.
way back in the day, people used to use Brick Seal, but I don't recommend that. It's not very good for you.
No,
Works the same way though. I tell you what though, I will
Yeah.
say a couple of things about tents if you're talking about using those as long-term shelters after disasters. Okay, tents don't generally last very long
no.
when you use them for longer than a couple of weeks. I know
Especially in
this
the
from
sun.
some experience. Yeah, so it's a very good idea to learn how to construct your own shelters, even if it means you've got a tent, okay, which you're living in for an emergency, and you over the period of a week build a shelter around your tent. You know, you learn to build a shelter around your tent. I'll say something else about the we were talking a lot about the cost of tents. It is definitely the case that you tend to get what you pay for, but that's not always the case when it comes to certain uses for certain things. Now, you can get away with a very good sort of 60, 70 pound tent and get maybe a week or so out of it. It doesn't mean that if you spend a vast amount of money on a better tent, I've got one right here. I don't tend to use tents very often, but this is the best one-man tent in the world. Okay, this is a Hilleberg Solo, right? This costs about £1,000,
Jeez.
and it's a one-man tent, right? It's made for the mountains. I only use it when I go up high mountains. I've had
Does that for £1,000? Does that give you a massage at night when you go to sleep in it?
It better.
You'd think it would, but I tell you what, this tent is heavy. It's very robust, and it's worth the money if you're using it as a mountaineering tent. If I pitched this in the woods below sea level in the UK in the summer months, after 2 weeks, that tent would be in a terrible state. You know, because the moisture, the condensation, and just coming in and out of it and things like that, it would start to wear it down. So if you can learn how to use something like a tarp, like Dearlove was talking about, over the top of a tent, or better yet, actually at your cache have a large plastic tarpaulin, just a big plastic tarpaulin. You can make a teepee style shelter out of that in minutes. It's very easy to do. 4 sticks, a big plastic tarpaulin that you get at a garden centre. That's a shelter. And if you look at countries in the world where people have found themselves exposed to the elements for a prolonged period of time, that's what they end up doing. They don't live in tents, because tents are made for a specific task and a specific task only. But after 2 or 3 weeks, you doesn't matter how good if it's a £30 tent or a £1,000 tent, you'll start noticing the leak, the damage.
Just look at the pictures on the news of LA along the sides of the canals and that, where they got all these tent cities set up. Almost every single tent has plastic over it.
Yeah.
Even they know better.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they
I've got
do.
one of those big giant blue tarps. I've got a blue tarp because you use a footprint as well for your tent. But yeah, I've also got one of those universal blue tarps that everybody's got.
Yeah, you can set those up in all kinds of configuration. Now there's my dog squeaking the ball again.
And also, like Alan said, it's good to. I mean, I love throwing a debris shelter. I've not made many videos about it because, I do love going into a forest and throwing I used to do it in Epping Forest. I used to do tarps, but then, doing sometimes you can actually find like trees that are felled, and then you get other branches, make it a kind of upside down V shape, and then you just throw other.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do a video on one soon, and you just like start throwing debris on it, leaves. But once you start putting the sticks that way, and then you put a few that way, and then you start filling up the holes with anything like debris, like leaves.
I posted a link in the side chat.
I've just looked at it.
Did it? I would go camping with that hot Korean chick any day.
Oh, one of them ones. Oh,
She'd have to lose the fluffy dog for me.
Doesn't your wife get jealous, Bob?
I was just gonna get that. I don't care about the damn dog. Look at that. Oh, yeah. I think my wife would have something to say about it. But yeah, I would just a little tent camping with her. Come on,
little
hon.
tent. That's like a 3,000 square foot tent she sets up. That thing is huge.
You guys are looking at the dog. You guys are looking at all the gear, and I'm looking at that curves, man.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a nice tent.
Can we go back to the
3-bedroom house
topic again?
Yeah.
After the disaster, Bob's going to go tent with that chick. Yep.
Yeah, that's on topic. There you go.
Just saying.
Can we go to the second key point?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
How to file insurance claims and seek assistance from agencies like FEMA.
Don't.
Yeah.
There you go. Next.
FEMA, you can keep FEMA. FEMA doesn't give you money. They loan you money. If you don't pay it back, they own your stuff.
Wow.
That's the way it is. They don't talk
That's
about
the way it is.
That happened down in South Carolina. Like,
Wow.
oh, give you $300, sign here. And a bunch of people read the fine print and said you have 60 days to pay it back or 90 days. If you don't pay it back, they put a lien on your property.
Wow.
Yep.
That's what FEMA was up to. And insurance companies, sure, if there's insurance companies around, if it's a localized disaster, yeah, this is where you keep your insurance information. Although most of it, nobody has insurance papers anymore in a safe box in their house. It's all online. You just call up your rep and be like, hey, it's Mark. Blah, blah, blah just happened. And, a tree fell across my house. Like, okay, take some pictures, send it in. We'll send out an estimator and we'll screw you later. But anyway,
I never knew that, Mark. That's disgusting, that is. Like, profiteering.
That's what
from
FEMA did.
disaster.
Yeah, that's what they do. But
I think, I was just going to say, I think prepping your, important documents, insurance, and things like that is something that probably goes. People overlook that kind of stuff. I mean, right now where I'm sitting just now, I've got downstairs in my kitchen. I've got a fireproof safe, and it's not locked. Too. The only thing that's in it is some vital paperwork, like
birth certificates and marriage certificates. All the
like
paperwork that you're really going to have a problem getting copies of again if you got the originals. Yeah.
Secondary stuff. I've got a filing cabinet right beside me full of this kind of stuff here. But also, which is probably more important, I've got two of these, which is just it's a 500 gig storage device. And I took a photograph of every single piece of paper that I've got relating to my house and my insurance and things like that. And I've backed it all up on here. I've got one right here, which this is like my office. So I've got one here. I've also got one of these in my shed in case the house burns down. I could try putting it inside that fireproof safe, but I thought, well, what the hell? I may as well have one in the house and one out the house. So, and it's just a backup. And if somebody stole this, to be honest, there's nothing on it that they could use. It's not, is that
a solid state or a spinning drive?
Solid state. They're inexpensive. You can get terabyte ones. But
you can get a 2 terabyte one in the States here now, solid state for like $129.
Oh, actually, this one is 1 terabyte, which is overkill because photographs of documents take up no memory whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah, it could be a good idea after disasters to
thumb drives.
Yeah, and also like having copies. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
Oh, you're on mute, Mike. Or I can't hear you.
I'm muted. I'm talking to myself here. Yeah, so I've got a main hard drive, which has got a little USB cable that stretches out of it, so you don't need the cable as well. I've got all sorts of thumb drives. They have different information on different documents depending on what it is. The one I've not got on me because it's in my bug out bag is the Survivor one that I've shown before. It's a Corsair Survivor drive, and it's a USB drive. It's housed in its own metal tube cylinder with 2 rubber bands around it, shockproof, weatherproof, absolutely everything. That has my life on. It's also encrypted. So if you put it in your computer, if somebody finds it, puts it in the computer, they can't get anything.
Yeah, you need the password to get on it. Yep.
Yeah. So that's the main one, but all insurance, anything like that, everything's paperless these days anyway, like Mark said before. So just your entire backup should be in something like this, in a solid waterproof case.
Also, email everything to yourself. You can email all your documents to yourself and just keep them on a virtual folder in like your Gmail account or something. See, just quickly on that fireproof safe, I used to keep that in this office actually. And somebody I was speaking to online says, you realize if your house burns down and the floor collapses, you'll be digging through the rubble looking for that thing. Put it in the corner of a house next to the wall, like in your kitchen, on the ground floor, in which case you know exactly where it is. And I thought that was a good idea. So that's why it's in an airing cupboard now where the gas meter is and stuff in the kitchen.
At the epicenter of the explosion to really test it.
Having little waterproof cases is a good idea. So you can have photocopied documents. You could get these type of clear ones. There's all sorts of little things where you could put your photocopies in as well. And that's a good idea, Mark, because a lot of people don't read the small print, and after a disaster is no good. So you have to look up these things before. But I'd say steps to take immediately after a disaster is to look at all this stuff as well, to make sure you've got all your insurance and what have you, your photocopies of your driver's license, any banking details or whatever. But better still, like you guys have got those encrypted things, which is good as well. It's all good. I mean, I've got USBs and paper copies.
The only thing with paper copies is if it's to bug out or for an emergency evac bag, paper weighs a lot. As soon as you start to add that up, that's the only thing for me.
Well, I don't know
paper weighs a lot.
That much paperwork. It's things like photocopy of your driver's license, your photocopy of your birth certificate, maybe a photocopy of your passport. The most you're not going to have like that much of paperwork. I mean, just a few little bits. You might have a couple of photographs of your family,
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
I think it's
So we was talking about it earlier. Alan was saying we was talking about how there might be a secondary thing. So, okay, there might be things in your house that the fire hasn't got to yet or the flood hasn't got to yet. A lot of people, they're like, well, we lost our photographs. They didn't care about the car, the house, the sofa, the TV. A lot of people were more like, wow, we've got family photographs that we never had. So like the guys were saying, get them on USB, get some copies of them, put a couple of pictures in your wallet. And for morale, sometimes you've got a picture of someone, your loved one,
Yeah, nobody's risking their life going into a burning building for their insurance document, but for that sentimental piece, Grandad's medal, something like that, they will.
Yeah,
Well,
and I need to
Hey, I'm gonna bail out for a little bit. I'll pop back
insurance
All right.
Okay, Mark.
information on a USB drive myself. I should do that.
If you want a good basher tarp, the British
DD.
bashers are brilliant, but the DD tarps are good. Sorry, that was for Alan. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say the same actually. DD Tarps is quite good. That's a Edinburgh-based tarp company actually. But the British Army Bashers, I did a video on that recently actually. They're my go-to. They're one of my favourite tarps. Very robust. But you can make your own. You can make your own literally out of plastic. They're not. There's no need to spend more than £40 on a tarp.
Yeah, but I do highly recommend the British basher. Seriously, bomb-proof, and apparently IR resistant as well. Infrared.
Yeah.
So you can't, it's got infrared can't see through the British basher.
Shadow, if you need to do that, put it on the documents and onto USB and stuff. I'm going to post the link. No, I'm not. That's not my link. That is Bob's link.
I think, see, for insurance purposes and stuff as well, it's a good idea, like what Dearlove was saying about make sure you're actually insured for the things that you think because the insurance companies are sneaky bastards and will say that you're not insured. When we had that storm fairly recently in the UK, I only realised when I read my insurance that I wasn't actually covered for garden fences or sheds because it excluded outdwellings, which I didn't know. So every year when you renew your insurance, take that as a digital opportunity to actually read through what else is available and try and maximize the amount of cover you get. Sorry, for the amount of money you're getting. Just I make that a yearly thing now. I've got a spreadsheet that says home insurance renewal next week, and then I spend a day just scouring insurance companies for the best price, but also what's the maximum amount I can cover for, like boilers, roofs, the main stuff.
Yeah.
Alan, what did your wife say about £1,000 tent?
So she doesn't know about that.
She thought it was 50 quid off Temu.
I tell you what, I must have only spent 5 or 6 nights in that tent as well in the 3 or 4 years that I've had it. Because
£100 a night, I can get you a good hotel for that.
I don't use tents very often. I haven't used tents for years, apart from family camping trips. But if you're going to pitch a tent on top of a mountain in the winter, you need a tent like that. Don't go taking a Temu tent.
No, you can't muck about in the winter in the mountains. I mean, you see some of these guys do videos, and they're in the tent, and you can't hear them speaking, and the tent's all sort of folding in, and they're going, "I'm really having a bad night," and they've got like a really good tent, and the wind is blowing the thing around. I mean, they stick their head out, and it's.
Yeah. Funnily enough, talking about tarps as well, the company that make that tent, Hilleberg, also make tarps if money's no object, because their tarps are also expensive, but they are the best. Yeah, the Hilleberg tarp is amazing, absolutely amazing. Triple silicon sealed, and it uses their own special material, which is genuinely indestructible, unless you burn it or something.
Shadow, I posted the link to that stealth drive on the chat. You might have to search it in your country, sort of thing, but that's the one that I would highly recommend. And if you ever need any help actually encrypting it, just hit me up and I'll help you with that.
That would be awesome.
Okay, I'm back. All right.
Well, they deliver to Sweden, so that's good.
Yeah, there's all different sizes. I've only got, you don't need, unless you're going to put movies on it and stuff like that, you can get a terabyte one, which should be great, but I've only got the 32 gigabyte one, and I've got more than enough space for everything I need on it.
Yeah, I've got a 5 terabyte. I've got a massive one. Well, it's not massive, but it's got loads of stuff on it, and it's got loads of space on it, and
it's not all about size, Daryl. It's not all about size.
It's don't panic after a disaster. What's happened? Is there any? See, maybe you could look for information, like we're saying, like Alan said. There could be, like we said earlier, could be a secondary volcano, eruption, or so. Where am I?
Respond, don't react.
I think that's important as well to start thinking about where your information sources come from at this point as well.
Yeah, because like
trusted information.
Whether people that you can look at information, is there something coming after that? Is there whatever? Yeah, information is very important. Sorry, I'll cut you there.
No, I did that to you. I was just.
That's another warning, Bob. That's another warning.
Like having a good radio at home. Steps to take. Okay, listen to the radio. Find out if there's any more weather fronts coming. Information is going to be very important.
Yeah, I've got.
I like every bit and bytes of this stream. CR.
Yeah, I've got one of those multifunction hand crank solar radios, and I've got an AM/FM radio.
Famous one.
I've got a whole box of batteries for it and all that. Yeah, there's
Check
good
the
radio stations that broadcast only for local news, AM stations, but
Tuned to the weather channel. You can get radios
that
that are
too.
purposely tuned just to the weather channel.
Right.
One thing I'd say about those wind-up radios, I was in an emergency once in Cyprus, and my phone was down to 0, and it was just about, it was coming, it was up 1, and it was just about to die on me, and I really needed to make an important phone call. So I'm in the airport with a phone, like with this radio wind-up charger, and 15 minutes, and the phone got to like 2%.
Yeah.
You try to make a call when it's killing the power, so I couldn't actually make that call. I actually had to go and use a different phone, so my phone, that charge, I mean, I don't know what one you got, Bob, but I'm just saying be careful with those, because
it's also got a solar charger, and I've got all kinds of things to recharge. Yeah.
I tell you what, some people overlook when you're talking about charging mobile devices and things like that in a disaster, is people are terrible with cable management. Right? You can have a great charger and no bloody cable, right? See something like this. This is a three-way cable. It's three different types of cable. For iPhone, Android, USB, etc. All works off one thing. But this means if you just had that in your pockets, it weighs nothing. If you found yourself in a community center or something, and you were all charging up phones, you can charge up an iPhone and an Android phone and maybe another device just off this one little cable, and you don't have to carry a bundle of stuff with you then. And you might obviously, I have an Android phone, I don't have an iPhone, but somebody there might have, and so it's just something to provide a little bit of assistance.
I carry.
Just a side note on that cable. Sorry, Daryl. Side note on that cable. I've used it in that method before when I was on my cycle. It makes the charge time longer the more devices you attach. It is splitting the charge.
Yeah, maybe do it one at a time or something. But at least it's different. Connect rather than carrying 3 cables. I've got one cable, which just has
it's good.
Well, I just got my. This is my paint can stove, the official pot for my paint can stove, because paint can cooking does put soot all over the dishes, and I have a very strict wife. Don't you dare put no more of using my kitchen equipment out there on that camp stove. So
yes, the ultimate prepping advice: happy wife, happy life.
Don't piss her off. You need her.
The Nokia 3210 doesn't require charging. It's nuclear powered.
Yes. Disaster as well. Maybe it's a good idea to. Are you hydrated? Maybe have a drink, water, have a meal. To build up your strength could be a good idea. I don't know. I mean, depending on what's going to come after, maybe it might be a good idea while you're assessing, have something to eat, get hydrated. Sometimes people are in shock. They don't eat, they don't drink. If you've got to leave your location, did you have a drink when you left? Did you eat? Have you got the energy? Have you got the strength to go 5K with your emergency stuff, whether it's a bag?
Might also be a good idea when you talk about communication and stuff, is to have something off grid that's not relying on just radio and phone and things like that. So I've been looking a little bit recently into things like Meshtastic and stuff like that, which I don't know anything about really. I've just been keeping it on Mike's Discord server. There's a whole community of people that are into sort of ham radio and Meshtastic and stuff like that. Some of you guys might know more about it than me, but that's only something I'm now starting to look into as a means of having an outside communication on a network should the phone lines go down, a means of talking to people across the country to find out what's going on in their area, because we're too reliant on social media and stuff now, and mainstream media is, you know, past the point of useless at this point. They literally just go off I'm pretty sure the BBC and Sky News literally just look at Twitter and get their news stories from there.
Yeah, I
know.
agree with you there 100%,
Yeah.
Alan.
There are no journalists anymore.
Yeah, I very, very, very seldom look at local or national news. It's all propaganda and BS, you know. There you go.
Well, of course, because they don't want us to know what's really going on. They just want you to kind of know a little bit of what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Just enough to be scared. That's all they want you, you know.
Yeah, be worried, be scared, you know. But don't worry, we'll help you. What? Be worried, be scared, but don't worry, we'll help you. Okay.
Communications and phones of days gone by.
Do you charge them up? Do you keep them charged up now and again just to sort of tick over?
Yeah,
or?
I've got the charges for all of them. Not the SIM cards as such, but
SIM charge
also,
easily. You can change the SIM card though. The device is the thing you really need, I'd imagine.
got a ream of chargers and cables to go with them and stuff like that. So, yeah, knock your 3210s in there. Old school HTC. I'm gonna try and use this one with mesh, so I've got a keyboard to type on.
I've seen there's actually a mesh tactic device that already looks like that. I was looking at it and then got put off immediately with the price.
Yeah, well, because of the price, I'm going to try and set that one up just to use that. Sony Ericsson, one of the best cameras ever on a phone. There we go.
It's a good idea to make sure your stuff is charged up, you know, and don't just leave it for the last minute. I go through my electrical stuff every so often and fully charge it and make sure it's there ready, you know, when I need it.
Yeah, I've probably not done that for a while. I'm just testing some of the powers here. I might have to do this.
Before I bounce out of here, guys, after any disaster, gather your family and listen to them. Listen to them. I mean, I am the top dog in the house. I'm the man. I'm the, you know, they look up to me. But you've also got to balance some patience and good judgment with that. You know, don't be a jerk to people. Just listen to them. Stay calm. Because if you panic, then the rest of your family is going to panic. You know.
You've got one of these.
So, peace out, guys.
Catch you later, Bob.
See you later, Bob. Nice to see you again.
Bye for now. You too. Good.
I haven't looked at this. God bless you, Bob. I haven't looked at this charger for ages, and it's at 3 now. Well, it's over here. It's at 3. So now I'm going to top it up. But I haven't looked at this for about a week or two. Oh, it's turned itself off. But if I turn it back on again, it's still got loads of. I've actually used this to start cars.
I was just going to say that looks like the one I've got. It's a jump start one as well, isn't it?
It's a jump start. You can start cars with this. You can. It's got a light, and it's got. Where are they? It's got the on this side. It's got the obviously the power, or you can. Where's the other side? Sorry, you've got the USB and charging points right there, and then on this side, this is the cables for charging your car. So you've got the pack with it, and that comes with a jump start. It comes with one of those cigarette lighter connectors, and you can make it out in there. You know the cigarette lighter connectors?
Yeah. 9-volt.
Cigarette lighter connector. And this basically can charge up my phone loads of times, this charger, and it starts the car up as well. So in an emergency, try to make sure before that your stuff is charged up. Just get into routines. You know, as preppers, we get into routines, rotating food, water, what have you, other bits, testing our tents, testing our gear, and you know, making sure you're topped up. You don't want to go, oh, there's a big emergency, and you've got there's a big emergency, and you've got a quarter tank of fuel. You haven't sort of prepared.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking for my one as you were showing that, and it's actually on sale. I paid £43 for it. It's $23.99. Well, pretty much what Daryl loves is holding up there, so it's a no-brainer for most people to pick something like that up.
Tell
I
you
bought
what,
this £90. I bought this for £90, half price.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
£180, and I got it for £90, and it's absolutely fantastic. I recommend this to anybody if you can find them.
yeah, the one I've got, which is also a car jump starter, etc., I got from Lidl for £34, and it's
Yeah.
fantastic.
I think the prices have come down massively because they've had lots of reproduction on them now.
Yeah, it's really good.
You get yourself a charger. You can charge your phone. You can charge your car. You can get your car started. You can help somebody else in a situation. You can charge up multiple phones.
What's the next key point, Shadow?
Yep. Sorry.
Next key point is the psychological impact of a disaster and how to cope.
Oh, that plays well.
Well, after a disaster, when the disaster is going on, well, you will go basically on autopilot. Basically, but when everything is over and you begin to relax,
yeah, it
will hit you like a sledgehammer.
The sudden realization of things that have changed and things that are beyond your control can easily pull you down into that doom and gloom and despair. And I think Daryl's touched on it quite a few times. Being mentally and spiritually prepared is probably more important than any item we'll hold up in front of you now. And it's not something you can show. It's something you can acquire over time.
I think panic and fear also leads to a lot of mistakes, especially in these kind of situations. So if you try to maintain a level of routine, that can go a long way to sort of keep it, especially if you've got young kids. So you still have a dinner time, you still have a bedtime, you still have these things in place to a normalization of what's going on, even if something abnormal is going on around about you. People in the Second World War used to swear by that as a notion. It doesn't matter if the Germans are bombing, we're still having our supper. Do you know what I mean? They had that mindset purely because, especially over a long period of time, like 4 or 5 years of a conflict, you have to have a normal family routine in order just to, function properly. Because you can't always be on edge. You can't be the hypersensitive prepper or survivalist because you go bloody mental after a while. You would lose your mind. You have to get into a more coherent routine,
Yeah. Yeah, and don't completely shelter them from it as such, but you explain things in more logical terms, I suppose, is the best way to say it.
My son asked me about China today. He asked me if China was going to bomb us.
Wow.
Yeah.
How old is your son, Alan?
He's 8 years old.
Wow.
This is what I mean. It's something in the schools. My kids are the same at the moment. I don't know
where he got it from. He says he doesn't know where he heard it. I think he might have heard it on YouTube because he watches lots of YouTube. But I think it was the parade thing. I think he's seen that and said, "Are they about to bomb us?" type thing. And I had to reassure him that was highly unlikely. The Russians are the ones you need to watch. I never said that. But I was surprised. They pick it up young. They know what's going on.
It's scary because my kids have come out of school saying a few things, and I mentioned it in a fireside that we did the other day, a live we did the other day, that he was upset to the point of he was worried about World War III, and he was 7.
Wow.
And it was because of what they'd said in school.
Wow.
And I literally took him into the prep room, which he'd never been in. He just thought it was Dad's room, and showed him everything and said, "Don't worry, if anything happens, we're covered, we're all right," and stuff like that, and explained it to him, and he slept soundly that night. So it was good in that way. But what are they teaching them?
Yeah, nothing good. I remember the first time ever being afraid of nuclear war, and that was from Terminator, watching Terminator as a kid.
Wow.
But that was also, when you're a kid, you take things like, I literally believed it was a single bomb that wiped out the whole world, and there was a man with a button, which isn't entirely true, but not far off.
Not far off.
It's almost like they're conditioning people. It's almost like they're telling people what they're going to do before they do it. And they put them in films, and it's almost like they're conditioning people. I just got a quick story. When I was a youngster, which helps me, we're talking about mental and psychological and spiritual, being able to handle a mess, a complete mess. And I've got a little bit of experience in the sense of when I was little, my mum and dad divorced. I'm going to tell you, I don't want to, it's not a sob story, but we had to literally run out of the house because the stepfather, my mum was scared. And it's almost like we had to bug out as children. You know, we had to leave that area and go and sleep at someone else's house. So I went through a lot of, and this never happened once. It happened quite a few times. Police coming to the house. I'm not going to give everyone a sob story about my life, but it made me stronger. But anyway, I went through experiences as a child that no children should be going through. And the reason why I say put yourself through hardship is so that you know something, how it feels. Now, being a child, you're gone out of the safety of your home. You're in someone else's house, and I've had to sleep on the floor. When I was a child, there weren't no bed for me. I literally slept on someone's front room floor because my mum was so scared to go to the house. So, I mean, that kind of helped me prepare me for now, in a sense, because I know what it feels to be completely taken out of your safety zone, your comfort zone as a child, you know. So growing up, certain things that wasn't comfortable for others, you know, I could kind of bear it. So that's why I say to people, get yourself uncomfortable, you know, go and have no electricity for 2 nights, you know, practice this stuff. So that, like you said, routine, you know, so that if steps to take immediately after, what do you hear when soldiers say, then the training kicked in, or the firemen say the training kicked in. So this practice and rehearsing, in my
memory,
it's a tough memory to have, but at the same time, it built up a resistance in me.
It goes to what you're talking about, the practice. I've said this before in one of these discussions before. There's ways of introducing scenarios to your family and your kids and things like that that prepares them for things, you know, mentally and even just practically, that doesn't have to put any kind of fear into them. So I take my son camping, and we practice things while we're camping that it's not necessary to learn how to start a fire with a flint and steel. It's not necessary to learn how to build a shelter, really, from a camping point of view. But those are things I'm teaching them anyway. One, because it's just fun to learn. It's fun, something to do. But over a period of years, if he were to ever find himself in a situation where he found himself in a place like, you know, the wilderness, he would know how to do those skills. You know, and it's not because I drummed into him from an early age that, you know, the world might end or something, and you might find yourself out in the woods building a shelter, because that would just provide an unnecessary level of concern, you know, that especially children don't need to be hearing stuff like that, you know. So I mean, I grew up learning how to camp and fish and hunt, and it wasn't because my father was interested in prepping or survival. It was just because he was an outdoorsman. But when I got to be a teenager, I realized, hey, if something ever did go down, I actually have the tools in my head and, you know, psychologically, to be able to just wander off into the woods and survive for a little while. Whereas other people at my age who had never done that before, the prospect of even being in a dark place in the rain would be unbearable to them. You know, so that would give me a little bit of an advantage should, you know, some terrible event happen and I found myself in that situation. And so I do the same sort of thing with my, you know, my family as well. To me, a yearly camping trip is also a bug out exercise. That's a bug out drill, you know. But it's also just a camping trip, you know. So you can have it both ways.
You could also have an incentive with your children. Okay, we're going to go camping, and today you're going to cook the sausages on the campfire, you know, and if you cook the sausages correctly, there's going to be a little prize for you or a little incentive. I mean, as when we were little, I'm sure you guys have heard of the Cub Scouts. I mean, you'd even get a badge when you cook some sausages. You know, I got the badge for the sausages.
My son's in the Cubs. You know, I joined him up to the Cubs. He was in the Beavers, and now he's in the Cubs. You know, because when he gets a bit older, he might or may not want to be in like the Scouts and stuff because it's not cool or whatever. But it gives him a foundation of here's how you work with other people. And when he goes camping, he gets to do things that he doesn't normally get to do. So the very first thing I say to him is like, you're building the fire. You're starting the fire. You know, and he's never even seen a light. He's never tried a lighter before. Me and his mother don't smoke, so he's never even seen one before. But you get to do these things for the first time when you're out in the woods, and it's interesting and scary for them. But that's how they learn. And it doesn't have. We're focusing on kids, but this can also be adults as well. If you've got, you know, a partner who's never been camping in her life or whatever, introduce her this way. By let's go for a camping trip for a night or two. It's fun to do anyway, and what you're doing is you're conditioning them to be a little bit more prepared. It's good for morale as well because I mean it takes away the fear element of it. The being displaced from your house is probably one of the most terrifying things that could happen to you in an emergency, in some sort of disaster. And you know, if you find yourself living in a shelter or living in the woodlands or whatever. So having most of your fear taken away because you know that you have the tools to be able to do this takes away the anxiety, and then you can focus on the other stuff, which is the actual emergency itself. To me, the emergency is not being in the woods. That's just what I do. The emergency is the emergency. But to a person who's never done that, they've got emergency after emergency after emergency, if you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, Mad Chick put there, being temporarily displaced is like being forced to bug out. Now, I bugged out when I was a child. Like she said, that's probably why Mad Chick said that, because I had to bug out as a child, you know. But the thing is, I never had nothing. I never had anything. And I was like this little guy. I was like a little child, but I was actually quite mature because of this stuff we were going through. You know, and I never had anybody there to help me, you know, because my mum was in her own world, you know, with the stepfather. My dad was all remarried. So as a child, temporarily displaced, you know, I got nothing. I never had anything, you know, didn't have another jacket. And to be honest, I never told anybody this story. So I'm trusting you guys, all right? When I was little, sometimes
just between us and the internet.
I used to wet the bed when I was a little boy, tiny. But that was from fear, maybe, you know, from fear of what's going on in the house with the stepfather. Anyway, so I did actually wee on my my mum's friend's floor, you know. But yeah, I was uncomfortable. I never had nothing there, you know. So yes, it was like a bugging out. So from a child, and you know,
nobody wants to see anybody in a situation like that. But I'm heavily relating to you there, Daryl, because I went through very similar things, and I think now that's why I'm different to like my partner and stuff. I can sleep anywhere now. Like if we had to leave now and sleep on somebody's couch, somebody's floor, in a tent.
Oh, luxury.
Yeah, well, you know, it's like it wouldn't bother me one bit now. Whereas a lot of people are very home orientated. Oh, I can't sleep if I'm not in my own bed and stuff like that. So as much as you wouldn't wish that upon anyone, I think it does harden you to them situations in a way.
I watched this video the other day of the Dogon tribe in Africa, Mali, and they're literally at night where they're sort of keeping an eye on the jihadis that they're having the trouble with. They're sleeping literally on the rocks at night, and they've got the gun in their arm, and they're just laying on the rocks at night. That's it. Like, you know, no cover.
That's it. Yeah, needs musts.
And
That's
I mean,
why,
these are hardened people. I mean, us lot here in some people, they're like, oh gosh, I haven't got silk sheets. My mattress is not thick enough. Like, you know, oh, I haven't got a water bottle, electric blanket.
The princess and the pea.
Yeah, it's why it annoys me when I hear people say that. Well, there's no point in preparing to bug out because you'll never bug out. It'll never happen because they have it in their mind that bugging out just means running away from war or something like that. It's not. People bug out all the time. You know, women especially. I mean, both you guys are talking about a little bit with domestic abuse and things. Women bug out of their homes frequently. That is not an uncommon thing. I mean, everybody knows a story about a woman who's threw some clothes into a backpack or a suitcase and took her 2 kids into the street, not really knowing where she's going. Now, if you're in that kind of predicament, I would suggest that you start thinking about bugging out the same way that a prepper does, or survivalists. Where are you bugging out to, and what's the threat and what's the danger, and then put provisions in place for that, especially if you're at risk of that, because as preppers or survivalists, we're all about forecasting risk. I mean, that's ultimately what we do. We look at the scenario that we're in today, and we hedge our bets based on what risks we see in the future. Now, it might be World War III or some other, meteorites or zombies or whatever. But if you're a woman in an abusive relationship and you've got a kid, that's your danger. That's what you have to be preparing for. That's what you're bugging out for. And it might be the case that somebody is watching a stream right now who does live in that kind of situation. They are thinking to themselves, well, yeah, that is kind of me, that they're talking about me here. So I would say start thinking about that like a prepper and start thinking about a bug out plan. It's slightly off topic to what we're talking about just now, but it does annoy me when I hear people say bugging out is not a real thing. It's not a real prospect. When have you ever did it? People do it all the time. It happens all the time.
You say it's off topic, but a disaster doesn't necessarily have to be a natural disaster. It doesn't necessarily have to be World War III. It could be your own personal circumstances that's your disaster. So it is on topic.
Yes, I agree with that.
And I'm extremely uncomfortable. I learned how to be extremely as a child for many years, and I'm not, it's not. I'm not saying let your children go for any of that, but taking them camping, making them go rough a little bit, it's not going to hurt them. A little bit of mud, a little bit of coldness. I mean, what do they? If there's a disaster, there might be mud, water, cold. And then I'm cold. Like, never been. And as fathers and mums, you've got to protect your children and bring them up. And I'm sorry to hear about your story there, Mike. But thanks for sharing it. And it's good, that we share our testimony stuff. And these are going to be your tools. We talk about mental state, spiritual state. You need tools. It's like a ministry in a sense. You need tools for your ministry. Like, we're like preppers. We're like, you're telling people, giving people ideas. It's almost like you're preaching, but you're not. But you're just telling people for their safety. Like, you brought your child into the room and said, son, if anything happens, we're covered. Daddy's thinking about it. I'm on the case. I'm sure the same with Shadow and Alan and other people. Look, children, we've got this in place. If they do, I mean, hearing stories about 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds. I mean, I never had a clue when I was 7 or 8 years old what China was doing.
I was still eating worms.
Me too.
I was like, what's going to happen today? Is my stepfather going to stab me? Is he going to kill me? He stabbed my brother twice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He's tried to stab me. I've been in and out of battered wives' homes. I've had to bug out in places where you're in a room and there's 3 families and 3 women, battered women in that room, and there might be in one corner 2 bunk beds and the 2 children are sleeping with their mum, and then another in one room, and like, wow, I've had to change location, so my gosh, how I kept my sanity. That's why I believe in God. I thank God, because the world never kept me sane. The world is mad.
The world's definitely changed from I mean, not taking anything away from what you're saying there from an individual point of view. I mean, that sounds terrible what you went through, and that's you're lucky that you at least came out stronger, from that kind of stuff. But I mean, people are exposed to a lot more things nowadays. I don't know where my 8-year-old heard that stuff from. It could be YouTube, it could be school, it could be anywhere or something like that. Like Mike, I was just, when I was 8 years old, I didn't even know my arse from my elbow when I was 8 years old, let alone what was going on in China. But it's about morale. The military focus a lot on morale for a reason, and they always have done it, because the morale of a person's attitude towards what's going on can really put them, it can prepare them for literally anything. Absolute mortal death could be staring them in the face, but if they've got high morale and high spirit, they'll face it and they'll go through it.
Then,
I just watched a video today from a guy, I can't remember the YouTube channel name, but it's all about the Redcoats. He's a historian about the Redcoats, and he was talking about the Battle of Balaclava. Look that up if you guys don't know anything about it, but basically a huge line of Scottish soldiers, Redcoats, just stood facing, you know, a huge army of horses running towards them. And, you know, they stood there, they thought they were going to die. That was the first time they'd ever, like, used this particular rifle. I won't bore you with it too much, but what they had was a charismatic leader that installed morale to them to say, look, you might die right now, you might die in the next 20 minutes, but you'll be bloody heroes. And this is what we do. This is what we stand for. This is what we believe in. We're going to do it, and we're here, and we're going to fight through it. And they won that battle, by the way, without practically any casualties whatsoever because of a new technique. But morale goes a long way. And if you are the person after a disaster that's running the household, like Bob says, you have to be, even if you're afraid, even if you know, if you genuinely know the circumstances are a little bit more dire than they appear to be, or even if you just don't know, you have to put on that facade of, it doesn't matter, we're going to get through it. This is, you know, and sort of cheer everybody up, get a bit of a group morale going, encourage other people around you to sort of fight their way through it. Because the old saying goes in survival, which I think was also coined in the movie The Edge, which is fantastic if you've ever seen it. It's got Anthony Hopkins and a bear in it, you know. Most people don't die in the wilderness because they starve or they dehydrate. They die of shame. And what that means is they die because they sit down and they think, and then, you know, that'll power you through.
You reminded me when you mentioned Balaclava. It's probably a more relatable one that people have heard of Rorke's Drift, to a very, very similar sort of situation at Rorke's Drift with troops. And the military morale is a massive thing, but it's also discipline and routine. Discipline and routine. There's a reason we still march like we do while the Chinese troops march like they do and stuff like that. And it's there's a lot to be said for it. And I think instilling that after a disaster as well, as much as you don't want to scare any kids or any family or anyone who's come round and sheltered at your house, to have them in a routine and to have discipline within that routine is going to make everyone's life easier and give them purpose.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as fathers, parents, you have to be strong. You can't show any sign of weakness, because your children see you as, you know, super parents. You could do anything. You can fix any situation. And if they see parents going, oh, what are we going to do now? You know, the children are going to freak. And you know, you've got to keep your head together. When what's that poem? Is it Kipling?
Oh, when all those around you are losing theirs. Yeah. I know which one you mean. Yeah, losing their heads. Yeah, I can't remember the whole thing, but I know exactly
around
what you
you
mean.
losing their heads. You know, you've got to keep yourself together. And I'm thankful for those experiences. Now, as I've grown up, and I'm 57 in November. Not that I celebrate birthdays. I don't want any birthday present. I don't want nothing. Anyway, you know, so I'm sort of thinking, I never knew today I'd be sitting here talking about this subject, and I never knew that what I went through would be relevant. I just, you know, I never knew it would even help anybody else talking about my stuff. But obviously, you know, we're talking about survivalists, surviving, prepping, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I survived, you know, through that. So being uncomfortable, you know, I remember actually hiding in an adventure playground at night time, at dark, and my mum's looking at our flat. I'm thinking, what are we doing out here? We've got a flat over there, but my mum's too scared to take us to home because the stepfather's there. And we're in an adventure playground in the dark at night time, you know, cold. So what are we doing here? And then my mum's trying to figure out where we're going to go. You know, so as parents, you've got to be strong and you got to seem to have a plan, even if you haven't got a plan. If that makes sense, I don't know,
Yeah.
but I'm thinking, if you haven't got a plan, what are you going to, like you just said, sit down and die? What was that film? I made a note, The Edge with Anthony Hopkins.
Anthony Hawkins. Oh, if you've never seen The Edge, you'll enjoy it.
No,
It's
Anthony Hopkins, you're right, yeah.
Hopkins,
Yeah. Alec Baldwin's in it as well.
Alec Baldwin, I might have seen it. Yeah, so, look, put yourself through hardships. Turn the electric off for a day. Go hungry. See what it feels like. Everybody gets pampered in this society. So pampered.
I did a video where I didn't eat for 5 days. That was
Brilliant.
interesting.
Yep. Yeah, you could definitely push the limits. I mean, there's a survival myth that I hear all the time that you can't survive more than 3 days without water. I'll tell you right now, you can survive about 7 or 8 days. I've personally survived 5 on a dry fast, so I know you can.
But I mean, I think I think the reason they say that is so people have a ballpark idea, right?
Yeah, well,
if you started giving them real numbers, they'd all be. But if you say 3 minutes without air, 3 seconds, I mean, people can hold their breath for longer than 3 minutes if they need to as well.
It's a very nice sort of rule of 3. It's easy to say, 3 minutes of this, 3 minutes of that, etc. But it's really just a demonstration of you can generally do more than you think you can do. So don't be too tethered to the idea that, damn, if I don't have a drink of water in the next 3 days, I'm going to drop dead. That's not true, especially if you've got the mental well-being to sort of push your way through this. But I mean, this goes back to looking at our subject. You have to know what your own mental capabilities are. The same way you need to know what your own physical capabilities are, like Mike was talking earlier. What you can do when you were 20 is not the same as what you can do when you were 40. And the only way you can figure this out is by being honest with yourself and bloody going out and doing it. And that's the same with the mental stuff as well. Now, it doesn't matter what tool you use to sort of get your mental focus and your morale focus, whether it be from religion or something else. I'm very into meditation and mindfulness, so that's a tool I use for certain things. But you have to know what it is and you have to practice it. Like everything else, your mental and your mental abilities are like your physical abilities. They go hand in hand.
They're exactly the same as well. You can definitely argue that what you call meditation and mindfulness is what I might call prayer.
Yeah, sure.
You're the same thing. You're just saying it to yourself, right? I
think psychologically, from a neurological brain chemical point of view, I think it's identical. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm focusing on breathing and thoughts, and somebody else might be focusing on a mantra or a deity.
Yeah.
But the brain interprets it identically and genuinely helps. It genuinely works. It's not a woo-woo. Praying really does work. Meditation really does work.
Anything like that works. So when I stopped smoking, I was smoking 40 a day, normal cigarettes. I know I vape now. Yeah, I was working on the railways at the time, so it was like to stay warm, you would chain smoke. But wow, I went from that to none overnight. I read a book. It was called Alan Carr's Easy Way to Quit Smoking, and somebody bought it me. Yeah, somebody bought it me as a Secret Santa gift, and I was raging. I thought, you preachy masters and all this. Blah, blah, blah.
The comedian Alan Carr?
No, it's not. It's not the comedian Alan Carr.
No, that's a strange one.
It's really good, and he picks up key points that people already know as smokers, but tend to not acknowledge. And people who smoke because they're stressed is one of the key things I want to pull out to relate to what you're saying. When you go out for a cigarette for 5 minutes because the kids are stressing you out, or for 10 minutes because the kids are stressing you out, time how long that takes. Next time the kids are stressing you out, go outside and just stand there and breathe for that same amount of time. The cigarette didn't stop the stress. The break from the situation stopped the stress. Nicotine actually makes you more stressed. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, even if you feel that it calms you down, it doesn't. So.
Yeah, and I only vape now because I had a slippery slope during lockdown, so we won't go into that.
I've definitely heard it said that a lot of I've never smoked, by the way, so I don't really know. I've heard it described as kind of being hungry when you need, that kind of smoking addiction. But I've heard it said that people who say, I have a cigarette because I'm stressed out, and like, no, the stress you're feeling is from the absence of the nicotine that you're addicted to. If you didn't have that, you wouldn't have that in the first place. But then all people feel stress. It just depends on how you deal with it, afterwards. For me, it's a mindfulness practice, which is very easy to do,
Right. Hopefully this is okay, Shadow. I am going to post the link to this book because stopping smoking is probably one of the best preps you can ever do.
Yeah.
And I would never try and sell this or anything like that. As soon as you finish with the book, please pass it on to somebody else, because it's about the people stopping more than you keeping a book on your shelves. Once you've read it once, you won't need it more than that. I tried every other method. None of it worked. This worked overnight. And my partner at the time was still smoking 10, 15 cigarettes a day right in front of me. Didn't even bother me. Didn't even have a craving. So there you go.
Well, I've heard smoking is harder to get off than heroin. I don't know if that's true.
It is, but this honestly, it's the weirdest thing ever, because I had tried nicotine patches, I'd tried the NHS hotline for it, I'd tried going to vaping at the time, I'd tried the sprays, literally I'd tried everything. I'd tried pure willpower. My brother took Champix, which is almost like a beta blocker for your brain. He chemically stopped smoking because it's every time you crave, you take this beta blocker, which I didn't like the idea of. But this book, turn the last page, my ex-partner at the time was smoking a cigarette right in front of me. I still had cigarettes in the packet, just didn't want any of them. That was it, was done.
Brilliant. And how long have you been smoking?
I'd been smoking, 18 years, 19 years potentially. So, yeah, it was definitely an eye-opener.
Maybe that could be a good idea after an emergency, coming back to steps to take to evaluate the situation, to have a kind of group talk, and to make sure everybody's calm. If there are any fears, I mean, quite often you might see in a film, you might see a little girl whose only comfort is a little teddy bear in a moment of disaster. Don't forget your daughter's teddy bear, your boys, whatever, to make them feel a little bit better. And, maybe it could be a good idea to pray, to ask for direction, and to meditate. What we're going to do now, don't just rush into a situation. Well, you might have to rush, depending on the situation after disaster. But to evaluate what's going on, check. Can we get any information? Have we contacted the people that we're supposed to contact, family-wise, children, whatever? You might be at work, you might be separated from your wife, your children, and you're trying to meet up or trying to get back home or what have you.
Yeah.
So,
I think group cohesion goes a long way. Yeah. There's something very reassuring about knowing you're not the only person in the predicament. There's something instantly reassuring when you've got other people around you that are similar to you and they're in the same predicament, when you're looking around like your neighbors or whatever, and you're thinking, right, here's a situation, what do we do about it? And then you can start delegating tasks off, so I'm kind of imagining like an earthquake or something, or a hurricane where your whole street, your whole neighborhood is affected. It might be a case of, well, who's got the most intact building? And then all the kids in that street sort of put them over there. And then there's one or two people taking turns in caring. There's a few of the men try to work out what to do from a security point of view. Let's get a perimeter sorted out. Let's put some stands in place. Let's get a little bit of a plan in place for doing a watch maybe. Okay, you go out and see if you can get some resources. Maybe the couple of us will go and see if we can see what's going on up the hill, and start working then as a community. This would probably happen within maybe hours after an event like that, after a major storm or an earthquake or something like that. And there would be, at least when you're a groups always think better together because there's more people thinking, and you feel safer when you're in a group. Always. That's purely primeval, that. And that's why as humans we tend to group together. If you're sitting in your house, surrounded by your preps and the world is going to hell outside, you'll feel a lot more isolated and a lot more fearful than you need to be if there's other people around about you that could perhaps assist you in some way.
100%. And as much as we'd all like to have a group of preppers as our mag, no matter what the situation is, if it's a major disaster, your immediate mag are going to be your neighbours, the people around you. Whether you like them, whether he never brought back that barbecue scrubber that he borrowed or anything like that, doesn't matter at that point. They are going to be your allies.
Yeah. So very important to, and actually people like that who can actually start saying to people, right, let's try this, try that. It's going to be like gold, because most people generally, you know how it feels like to be a prepper. We all know, we've all been laughed at, we've all been mocked, and yet prepping was a way of life. These people that are laughing at us, they're so disconnected from everything. It's ridiculous. It's disasters and stuff going on all around the world. It ain't going to affect me. I'm going to go McDonald's. I'm going to go and get my Gucci bag.
Yeah,
I'm going to go get my latest moccasin shoes. I'm going to get my $1,000 million Jordan, trainers.
They're the people that you always see on the news after a disaster going, oh, I thought it had never happened to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's like they're waiting for something to come to them. And they say things like, well, if anything happens, we'll come round your house. I mean, okay, there are people in my community that I've told certain people, not you've got to be careful who you're bringing in your house, because you could be bringing demons in your house through the person. You might bring someone in your house that might want to rape your partner. Take your stuff. You got to assess, look at the community now before a disaster happens. Anyway, so I do say to certain people, look, if anything happens, you can come to me. And if someone needs a camp stove, a spare one, I'll give it to them. Especially parents. If there's if someone's got children, like Alan was saying, you've got to get everybody together, and someone go and check for this, someone do that. Just try and get some, because loads of people are going to be freaking out, and you've got to have some people there that at least going to give some ideas. Okay, I mean,
there is one big advantage we have as preppers or survivalists, and it's something that we often overlook ourselves, because we have this image in our head that all of the people who are not preppers or survivalists are going to just simply want to take our stuff. It'll be a case of they latch on to us because they see that we have resources, and they're going to diminish our resources by wanting it, basically. But we have more than that. We have skills. We have the preparedness and the mindset, which goes back to some of the stuff that we were talking about earlier, that if you start putting out a persona of, look, settle down, guys, I kind of envisioned a little bit of this, and I've got a plan at least. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I've been thinking about this stuff for a long time. People realize that. People see that as a resource. People want to listen to the person who seems to know a little bit about what the hell's going on, and they'll pay attention to you. Now, you don't have to be giving them resources from a physical point of view. You can simply be giving them reassurances, and you can start delegating to them. You can start becoming a little bit of the group leader, the mag leader, because let's face it, if you are in some sort of mag and it's your immediate community, none of them are going to be preppers. I mean, it's bloody unlikely that you're going to meet two preppers within a 10-mile radius, probably. I don't know how common it is, but
going to be like scanners.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. We, as preppers, you might be connected using mesh tactic and things like that, but your immediate group around you aren't that. But you've got a resource there. You've got what's in your head. You've got these scenarios. You've got years of playing out these scenarios in your head, or in programs like this, where we think these things through. And it's not because we're all doomsdayers that want this to happen. That's the other thing that I get criticized about, is like, people say, oh, if the Russians attack, you'd be right in your element. No, I wouldn't. It'd be the worst possible thing to ever happen. But I'm not going to ignore the fact that that's a possibility in the world. So that's why I think about it sometimes.
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Exactly. And it's a case of, if you can put across to people that you have a resource there, even if it's just level-headedness, because you've fought through this scenario before, even if it's just from a purely, theoretical point of view, that's still more than they've ever done. I mean, they're still of the mindset they have to go and steal a TV out of a shop when the world is ending. But that reality will quickly dawn on them, and it won't take long for that to happen. And so, I mean, that's something that you have in your arsenal, at least.
Once you do sort of rally the community around you, and they actually see that it makes sense to do certain things, you've actually got a bit of protection going on there. Because when they see that you're making sense to get the priorities, okay, disasters happen, let's make sure we check this, check that, check this. So that if there are people that are going to be stupid, the people that you've kind of brought together will bond together and say to that person, no, stop that. Not now.
Yeah, I mean, it's pure community. That's what community is. And without that, you're just individuals wandering around, living off your own means. I mean, there's absolutely a selfish element to it as well. The best way for me to maximize my security is to have other people being my security guard. Whether that be you put it to them as we need to form some sort of community security perimeter around our neighborhood right here, a watch system of sorts. You're not just doing it for their benefit, you're doing it for yourself. You're maximizing your own potential. And it might be, of course, it'll definitely be the case that the people that you're speaking to within your group have skills that you don't have. There'll be doctors, nurses, dentists, midwives, carers, blah blah blah, whatever. All those things that you're not. They people will be there and they do exist. So it might be the case that you say, look, don't worry about the security aspect of it. I kind of have a rough idea how to do this, and I know how to sterilize water, etc. You just go and deal with the children because you're a carer and you know how to do that.
And brilliant thing about that is you just mentioned midwife and other people with other skills. Now I make notes of these people now. Oh, I know this lady around the corner. She's a midwife. Okay, because after a disaster, there might be a pregnant woman having a baby.
Yeah.
Stuff happens. Can you deliver a baby? Can I deliver a baby? Oh, but I know a midwife who lives across the square that can. Oh, I know a doctor who lives around the corner. Oh, my car won't start. Our truck won't start. We need to go and get some supply. Oh, mechanic. I know John, the mechanic around the corner. And okay, you're pre-planning this stuff in your head as a prepper. They might still think you're a nutter. But when something happens and then you kind of go, right, you kind of show this type of organizational skill, it will fit into place then. People will go, right, we see it now. They see what they're worth. Like, I'm a mechanic. Oh, I can do that. How often do you see on an aeroplane? Is there a doctor on board? What about the dangerous one? Is there a pilot on board? The pilot's dropped dead. Sorry about that one. Or the pilot's unconscious, and someone will go, yeah, Xbox.
Yeah, being vigilant, being vigilant of the people around you. It works the other way as well. If you watch what Bob was saying earlier on and watch some of the content in his channel recently, he's identified dodgy characters in his neighborhood.
Exactly, yes.
So, even just in normal times, there are a potential people to watch out for, let's say. In hard times, they would be the people to watch out for. Possibly. They might turn out to be the good Samaritans or whatever, but probably not. But at least you know where they are then, because you've did a bit of a recce in peacetime. So, yeah, what you're saying about understanding the lay of the land while things are good gives you a better mental picture of what's going on if it all goes to hell.
So I've got a question, Daryl. How do I make it onto the list of people you let in the house? Because sometimes I work in London.
Well, I mean, if just as a brother, even just as the skills you have, bro. I mean, I'd be very happy if you was in our community. Like, I'd be bouncing off. We'd be bouncing off each other with loads of. I mean, all right. Sorry, I don't mean to say this. We'd be in our element, but
yeah, I know what you're saying.
Us preppers. What is giving us this incentive to do this? What? Who can answer that? Can we answer why we're preppers? All right. You might say, shut up, Costa. What are you talking about? We're preppers because of earthquakes. All right. But why us? And why not others?
It's an interesting one because it's something I ask on the podcast all the time. Like, why did you start prepping? And it's always a very individual thing. Some people went through a storm in a bad situation and never want to be in that situation again. Some people were just brought up in that kind of way, but it is always a very personal journey, I find.
Very
And
interesting.
different to different people as well. I would say I'm not a prepper.
He keeps claiming that, but he's definitely a prepper.
Well, like you're saying, I went through an uncomfortable situation, and then when I grew up, I said, right, I'm not going to be in that situation again. But as the years went by, and I'm seeing what's going on there in the world, I'm thinking I could very well be in that situation again.
Yeah, but it's having those skills. It's having the memory as well. Even what
the mental for me, the mental is more important than everything else. Mental, spiritual, your head.
The Mother Earth Garden Club there. Sorry, I missed that name. Talking about being a nurse, but also I'm assuming into gardening and stuff. Those are the kind of vital resources that individuals have. Yeah, so. I mean, these are the things that make civilization. These are the things that make even the smallest community. And being able to, the thing about being a prepper is, or even a survivalist or whatever, I tend to find part of the skill of that is about identifying the resource. It's about identifying the use of the person. Yep. The person might think they don't have much of a use and like, oh, I'm bloody useless. I don't have any sort of, prepping skills or anything like that. And it's like, what do you do for a living? Oh, you're a gardener. Well, that's kind of useful, or it could be anything. It could be a sewage plant worker. They probably have some decent knowledge then of,
In the post-apocalyptic community, there will be a role for everyone. If you've not got a skill or a qualification, you can carry wood. You can do something. You can sit there and saw.
You just said about a sewage worker, right? So they might have experience diving. There might be a flood. And you might have to send someone down to do something in the water. Maybe you're in a building, and it's flooded up to the second floor, and you might have to go down and retrieve something. And that diver he might not have all his gear, but he's an experienced diver.
Yeah, it could be anything. I mean, like Mike says, if you're able,
someone put in the chat. Sorry, someone put in the chat there that they're an RN nurse. Of course, you're going to be helpful in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Al.
Yeah, I mean, I was just also saying that. I mean, even if you're just a young person and you haven't got any skills whatsoever, if you're able-bodied, then yeah, you're carrying wood, you're doing stuff, you're being delegated jobs, you're being given tasks. There will be people in situations that, the same way there are people now who have no real use in the same. Maybe they're incredibly old, or they're disabled, or they're babies. A baby has no use really in a survival situation, but that's just part of being in a society. So it's about then having people round about them to care for them and bring them the resources, because that's part of what being human is. I mean, it's not a case of Mad Max style survival of the fittest, just me, my dog, and my car type stuff. No, we live in a world where we have people around us that rely on other people, and people who can be delegated certain tasks, whether they be mental tasks or physical tasks, etc. And the benefit, I think, again, of being of a mindset like we are, is identifying what those immediate needs are and the long-term needs, and allocating them and delegating them, and for the stuff that we ourselves don't have. Because it's impossible to be a sort of jack of all trades, knower of everything. I personally know very few of anything, so it's one of those things.
Yeah, when I was a child, going through what I was going through, I had this voice in my head, and it was just, everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to be all right. And reassuring people is going to be very important. That like you said, Alan, with your children, Mike's children, you've got to be able to reassure them, that little voice, it's going to be all right, son. It's going to be all right. And this voice in my head, whether it was God, whether it was me thinking about myself, I don't know. Maybe it was me comfort. I know it was God. And for me, it's not about religion. Straight away when someone talks about God, automatically people go, "Oh, you're religious." Actually, Jesus hated religion. He picked out the leaders in the church and said, "You people are of your father, the devil, who was a liar and a murderer from the beginning." So Jesus had a go at these so-called spiritual leaders who were actually fake. Now, God is love, you know, and love helped me through, you know, in a sense of, you know, there are certain people that you meet in your life that help you as well, to understand, like someone put in the comments there, you know, I've had to battle depression. I had to battle anxiety. I had to battle PTSD, you know, and God has helped me come through that. But it's not the religious things, like, you know, doing religious ritual that help. No, we don't, you know, it's nothing to do with that. I mean, pure and undefiled religion is to visit widows and orphans in their hour of need. I know a lot of religion today is been abused, and you know,
I think it's definitely the case that things like religion will help, especially, I mean, not just at an individual level, but
it's more to do with faith. Let's change the word to faith. Having faith is different from having a religion. You know, having faith is you're going to get through it. You know, you believe you're going to get through. If you say to your children, I don't know if we're going to make it, you're not going to say that to your children, are you? You're going to say to your children, we're going to make it.
I saw a great video of a guy with who Charlie Veach was talking to, and he was talking about faith, and he was saying you can't believe in something you know. So if you know something, then you can't believe in it. You have to not know it to believe it, and that is what faith is, which I thought was really good.
I think faith is trusting in God that He's going to bring you through a situation. And like, for example, people say they don't even know what God is. God is love. You know, you love your children, you love your mum, you love your wife, you love certain people. You know, God is love. You see, it's not. You see, certain people. I understand there's a lot of fake. There's a lot of deception out there today. Sadly, many churches today have got false prophets. You got people like Kenneth Copeland who's got a massive a jet, Rolls Royce. You know, so a lot of people they see that and go, oh no, it's not true. I don't believe in all that. You know, religion is no good. But these people are abusing it, and you've got to say to yourself, what is stopping me from looking into it? You know, I mean, like I said earlier, Einstein said condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance. So investigate something first. You know, it might be as a prepper, it's going to be helpful, you know, because
I think it's definitely helpful if you're religious. I mean, or have faith, if you want to call it that. To me, it's just all sort of metaphors for the same thing. I'm an atheist, by the way. I have no religion whatsoever. And
but
yet,
are you into Buddhism?
No, none of that stuff at all. But
when you say meditation, are you into things like the chakra?
No,
it's like
no. Meditation is purely just a physical practice that you can employ that helps your mental state of mind.
I know what medication is. I mean, I know what meditation is.
So. Yeah. So it doesn't have to be attached to any one religion. But the idea being that, I mean, if you have like a particular faith or a particular religion or a particular way of thinking, all those things will help. If they help you from an individual point of view, they'll definitely help. There's no disputing that, I don't think. Especially if there's a group of people that have the same specific religious beliefs or faith, then having them in the one area, practicing whatever it is they practice also helps, which goes back to the community thing, So, I mean, there are people talking about sort of getting on. We're sounding a bit preachy here, which is kind of
yes, because people don't understand.
The slippery slope.
See, it sounds like preachy. You see, it's not really. It's not really.
I don't think I have anything less than a person who has religion or faith. But to me, I'm saying that what I interpret.
My brother survival instinct. When I was a little child, I always believed that me and my brother were going to grow up and look back and go, wow, look what we went through. He's going to get married. I'm going to get married. We're both going to have children. He died when he was 32. And so I lost my mum, lost my dad, lost my brother, So I understand some people in the chat, they're saying he weren't there for me, God weren't there for me. But the thing is, right, actually, this is we're starting to get really deep now. And it's not a bad thing to talk about things, because what happens after here? We're always talking about here. What happens after a disaster? What happens after people die?
I think lots of things happen after you die. You're just not involved in it. But it's one of those things that's got little to do with prepping, though.
Well, yeah, because you're going to have to to think about these things, because after an immediate disaster, there might be dead loved ones. There might be dead neighbours. You know, you might have to do burials. You might have to bury people. You might have to, you know.
That's going to be one of the psychological things that people do not think about, that you don't see in movies, that you don't think about, and stuff like that. But you can be as secure and as prepped as you want in your castle, but at some point you're going to sit down, you're going to get 5 minutes to yourself, and you're going to think, oh, Auntie such a body's gone, Uncle such a body's gone, my you know, and stuff like that, and the amount of people you've actually lost.
There's definitely a practical thing that has to be in place for things like dead people and things like that, purely because it causes contaminants. I mean, after major disasters and hurricanes and disasters, bodies of animals and people and things like that are a major problem when it comes to disease and contaminating water sources and food and things like that. So, yeah, I mean, that's something to pay attention to. The actual burial side of it, I think that's another subject for a different time, to be honest.
Yeah, Mark's moving us on.
Yeah, and the final key point here is the importance of a communication plan for contacting family members.
100%. Yeah, just mentioned this on my blackout video. And it's not so much go out and buy every radio under the sun and know this and know that. It's having a plan and making sure other people know that plan. That's the key in that whole element, I think, Shadow. It's not like which radio do you buy, it's which Meshtastic do you buy and all that. Whatever route you go down, most people, the plan is just in their head or just in their household. So no matter how many radios you have, if you haven't taught your mum who lives down the street how to use them and what's going to happen, it's going to be useless. So planning is the key word on that.
Yeah, there'd be nothing more disastrous than having a house literally prepped to the max. You have every possible thing conceivable to survive almost indefinitely, but you're the one person who died of a heart attack on the day of the great disaster, and you left your entire household without any knowledge or ability to do anything whatsoever with anything you've got there.
Yeah, so I've started a practice now, because before my prepping was chaotic, we shall call it. I was a chaotic prepper. I knew where everything was, but that was it. So now things are getting more organized, and not just that, labeled and instructions. So when they open a rocket stove, it'll literally tell them how to use it and where to use it and don't use it in the house and etc. and stuff like that. It's very basic stuff. You would think, talking to other preppers, that might sound really silly, but somebody that's never done anything like that, every box will have its label. In case of this, open this box, kind of thing. And inside every box will be an instruction. It'll be organized in that way. It's still a work in progress. It's still chaotic at the moment, but that's happening at the moment. I'm putting a blackout box specifically together.
I think I've seen that this came up in a chat we've had before, but having a laminated folder of, what to do, do this if this happens type thing. That's a very good idea, I think, for a family, because it's also something for them to focus on. But you could also attach an inventory to that as well. So if you have lots of plastic boxes, for example, full of your preps and your extended warehouse or underground bunker or whatever you have, you might simply label them something like A1, A2, A3, blah, blah, blah. And then in your laminated folder, you have a description of what that is. So you need candles. Okay, go to box A1. You've got a grid system set up. I've seen people use color coding before for having different preps and different things, and then they color code the boxes. I would go for the grid system personally if I was going to do it. I haven't done that yet.
Love the grid system. Great idea, especially if you've got that kind of like prepping book that can give to your family. The color coding thing is a really good thing to implement into bug out bags and stuff like that. So if the red dry bag is medical and the blue dry bag is food, it's
Or
a lot
water.
easier to, and then you replicate that across your household. So there's no point my food being in the blue bag and then the missus's foods being in the green one. We always know that the blue bag's got the food in, for example. We always know that the left-hand pocket has the water filtration system in. So it's a colour coding in that. And in an emergency, you could say red bag, top pouch, something like that. So the colour coding comes into that for me. But I do like the grid system sort of thing.
Replicating the process as well is quite useful. If you rely on caches, I'm not somebody that has a lot of stores in my household at the moment. That's something I'm working on now. But I do have caches. I've got multiple caches. And the thing about my caches is they're packed in such a way that they're all identical, but they're also packed in the order of, if you've literally opened the lid, the first thing you need is the first thing that's at the top. And then you sort of work your way down it, and that's all of the preps that you need to sustain yourself in a specific area for a specific amount of time. Bug out bags and things like that, you can adapt a bag so that it's a summer orientated bag and a winter orientated bag. But like Mike was saying, they're packed identically. The military do this a lot when they pack their Bergens, that they pack them in such a way that everybody's first aid kit's in the same pouch. Because they don't need to be rumbling around some badly packed sort of bag to look for something. They know where the dry kit is. The dry kit's in the pouch on the left, the medical kit's in the pouch on the right, the ammo's in the pouch, whatever it is. But everybody in your household has a similar sort of system. So having a single bug out bag is useless if you're in a family anyway. Everybody has to have a bug out bag. And everybody's bag should be more or less packed identically with identical provisions, because everybody needs identical stuff. Now, it might be that obviously if you've got a very young child, he's not going to be able to carry all of the stuff you've got, so it's supplemented in that way. But, if you've got a wife, there's no reason your wife's bag should be any different whatsoever from your bag. Bar maybe the one thing I can think of is in the toiletries department, there might be sanitary products. That's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head that should be different from her bag to my bag. They should be identical.
Yeah, the other thing with that as well is, sorry, I know it's not communication, Shadow, but the other thing with that is a learning curve as well. So if you've got different equipment in each bag, each thing has a learning curve with it, no matter what it is. Different type of stove, different type of setup, different type of shelter. If you've all got the same one of them as well, it's a lot easier to teach and to practice. And if something happened to you, God forbid, and something happened to your wife's bag, she knows she can just grab your bag and it's exactly the same, and off she goes.
Yeah. From a comms point of view, it might be the case of making sure everybody's on the correct channel if you're using walkie-talkies just to communicate with each other. If you're the very basic stages of a walkie-talkie and you've gave your wife one, make sure you're on channel 3, and she, and so is she, and she knows you've written on the back on a sticky label, channel 3, to talk. Because it's amazing how many people would be walking around pressing channel 4 thinking this thing's not working, it's broke, because they don't know what channel anybody's on or frequency. You dial that up based on your knowledge and expertise and what kind of communication device you have. But at the very basic level, I imagine a walkie-talkie is the most basic thing you can have. But if it's got 30 channels, what's the chances of your wife guessing what channel it is out of the 30 at the exact moment you're trying to speak to her? 0.
Yeah. But this is the communications plan that needs to be in place. There is no communication plan you can set up or start after the disaster. It has to be done before.
Yeah.
The plan has to be done before. After, you're opening the Faraday box and getting them out. You're taking the radios out of dry storage. You looking at what time you said you would listen on a certain channel for, etc. But the plan itself has to be before, and it's one of those things that I think a lot of preppers will say, yeah, it's a great idea, but they've never implemented it. They've not actually gone round to the family members, the non-prepping family members who think we're all a bit doolally. They've not gone round to them saying, I'm going to broadcast on this channel Thursday at 12 every week, every day, every Thursday if something happens or something like that. They've not given them that plan. Now, one way of communicating this, if you're willing to do this, is so I've started gifting preps as like Christmas and birthdays and stuff like that. You know, when everyone opens a first aid kit, they don't look really excited, but it does come in handy. If you're prepping for family, make them a very simple bug out bag. Okay, that's all they need if you want them to get to your location. Make them a bug out bag. Inside that, at the top, should be sort of like the book, but a slimmed down version, a laminated sheet of read this if it hits the fan. Yeah? Or, you know, like it's kind of the only break in case of emergency glass, that kind of thing. And that will tell them exactly what to do and when to do it. Because if the disaster struck, they're more likely to read it and take it in. If you're telling them next week while they're mid-watching the football game, they're going to be like, yeah, okay, nutty Uncle John, you can go away. So it's about having that plan in place, even if it means a way of communicating it after the fact.
Yeah, definitely. I kind of got a vision there of you being that weird uncle that, like, the kids are like, "Oh yeah, a magnesium block and a book about first aid. Thanks, Uncle Mike."
Honestly,
it will come in handy one day. Trust me.
We went up to see her family and have Christmas with them last year, and they were all there. And I said, "You all need to open your presents at the same time." And they're all looking at me funny, and they all opened them because they were all a medical, like, individual pouch for medical kit.
IFK kit.
Yeah, I made them up myself. It wasn't like I bought pre-made. I literally bought the scissors for each of them and stuff like that, all set up exactly the same way. And they're all like a bit, and then it was used. One of them went and did a marathon thing, and they took the medical kit with them, and one of them's got them in the car, and I'm just like, it's working. It's slight, but it's working.
Yeah.
Oh, we've lost the reel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think even like we were talking about the laminated folder earlier. If you have like laminated flashcards that can accompany something, that would be useful as well. Like if I gave a radio to my sister, for example, and says like, you know, here's an emergency, it might go down, but you've got a little card cable tied to it that says channel 3, 10 o'clock every night, turn it on. You know what I mean? Yeah. This is how we're going to communicate type thing. This is our plan. It works for 10 miles. You're 8 miles away from me, you know. Make sure it's got this much battery in it. An idiot's guide on a little card just on things like that, you know, might go a long way to in the short term. Help. So it might be worth just printing them up and keeping them. You don't need to gift them, but just have them ready as a part of your plan. You know, I haven't got time to teach my sister how to use a radio, but here's a little card and here's the radio.
It might be the extreme of that, but I've got a military friend who is a prepper. He'll never refer to himself as a prepper, but is a prepper. And they have a system which is like almost like a coding system. So it's a cheat sheet book that they've all got. And if he sends a text message saying red squirrel, they look at that and there's a message in there saying what's happening and what the plan is. So it's kind of a coding system as well.
Yeah.
So
you can actually talk about the military coding system.
That is a good idea, actually.
Yeah, there's an old book you can get called a BACO book. It's an old British Army. It's called British Army Tactical Code, is what it stands for. And that's how they used to have. Nowadays, they use Bowman and things for their communications. But back in the day, they used this physical book. And it's literally just a way of like deciphering messages you've sent to each other. And you can get them on Amazon and stuff now, and eBay and things like that. And you can make them up yourself. If you were genuinely concerned that you had a communication system set up with your relatives, but you were concerned about it being intercepted for some reason, a BACO book is something you can use to get around that, because it's literally like an encryption method. You can write, it's like Morse code, but you don't need to learn Morse code. You know, it's just, you all have the same key, you all have the same physical book, you know, so something to look at.
So MEM just put a comment in there. I don't know if you can see that one, Shadow, because I think it might have come in from my channel. Disagree about having the same bag. Do you all need an entrenching tool? Do you need a tent, a stove, a saw? Probably everyone has some kind of medical kit. Probably need one. You're right, and there is things that would be team tools, as it were. So I might have an entrenching tool on my bag, but I'm with Alan, who happens to be in my family, and he's got the tent attached to his. So there'll be individual items that are shared, but what we're talking about is there's no point Alan carrying all the food for all of us. It makes no sense. You putting it at high risk all in one place. So we would all have food. We would all have a dry kit. We'd all have a medical kit. So the setup is the same, but you're right, community tools would be shared.
I think if you're talking about heavy community tools, then there's definitely a methodology in place for having shared tools and things like that. If you as a family unit have decided that you've got a family tent, I have a family tent, I've got a wood burning stove for a tent, that's a heavy item. We can't each carry one of them, so that's a separate singular item. But the notion of having a bag that's identical and everybody's the same, my argument would always be, yes, you should have a bag that's identical, and you should all have an entrenching tool, you should all have a knife, you should all have your own sleeping bag, you should all have your own means of shelter, you should all have your own small amount of food that you require. The reason being, because if you lose one of those bags, everything you require is in another bag. Also, you should always, when looking at individual survivability, it has to start with the individual. You have to look at yourself purely as an individual and say, what do I require in order to see my survivability through this particular situation? If every single person does that, then even when you come together as a unit, you might be carrying some redundant items in terms of things like entrenching tools, but individually you can all work as an individual unit. And so I would always go by the mantra that you should have your own individual survivability pack. And so yeah, doubling or trebling up things, yeah, do it, unless it's a very, very big item. There's nothing wrong with having 3 entrenching tools if they don't weigh too much, because you might lose the bag.
Yeah, might lose Alan off the side of the cliff.
Exactly. I mean, that does happen. Again, talking about the military a little bit, every soldier in his personal kit has a means to get through 24 hours. He has his own basher, he has his own food, he has his own brew kit, etc. But 3 or 4 guys together, they don't, when it's brew time, they don't all crack open their own brews. They make one brew and they kind of share it. Or two people will sleep under the same basher. That means one person doesn't have to unpack it, etc. And you can kind of go by that methodology. The only thing you probably don't want to share is medical kit, because that's purely individual. But by having your own separate system in place that you can your own personal survivability, that makes you a stronger single unit than it does if you were to split things up. Because once you start breaking up things and splitting things up, you start realizing one part doesn't communicate to the other part if you lose a part. It's much better that you're all separate cells, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. The shared tool thing would be like heavyweight items, like
you've
big
got
tents, you've got a spade,
pickaxes, yeah.
So I hope that kind of answers you there, Mem. Or if you've got an argument in return, feel free. Shadow, do you have a communications plan with other people, or are you quite singular there?
Well, I'm more singular at the moment, but I need to figure out a communication plan. Actually, I have only a PMR radio, but I have actually a pair of them. But
I'm back.
But I need a radio that reaches longer range than my handheld ones. So I figure out to probably buy me a CB radio, 69 megahertz, which is license free as well.
Yeah.
And that 69 megahertz reach have a longer than 27 megahertz CB radio. So
69 megahertz, that's more into like the police band, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
Around here, sure. I think it is, because we're CB radio's only up into the 24, and that's it. Channel 40 is like 24.2 megahertz or something. That's as far as it'll go. That's the citizens band. That's the free, no license needed. Anything above that kind of gets sketchy around here.
It depends. It depends. CB's kind of. I don't know if you're going to say the same. Sorry, Alan. The CB's kind of.
I was just going to say it's dying off a little bit.
Yeah. It's kind of an archaic thing around here, which could be a blessing in disguise if you are using it as a group of preppers. Maybe it's less congested, as it were. But there's obviously high frequency radio, which you need a license in the UK to broadcast on. But it's one of those things. Do you go for the license to practice, or do you wait till it hits the fan because nobody's going to come and check your license if it's hit the fan? But no matter what tools you use, it's making sure that other people have the same thing, right?
Yeah, you've also got to remember as well, like, is it really that useful to be able to speak to somebody in Australia when shit's hitting the fan? I mean, it might be kind of good for a little bit of intel, but in the real world, is that really going to benefit me sitting in Scotland, knowing what's going on in Australia or wherever? It's a more localized communications probably of more use. I would have thought. I mean,
smoke signals, semaphore.
Yeah. I mean, your direct family members around about you and other people that are like us. I mean, if we were all hooked up in some way in our own country, or even abroad, that would be a useful thing to get a bit of a network that way. But I'm kind of new to the communication part of it as well. I don't have any preps for comms at the moment outside mobile phones, etc. That's why I'm looking at the mesh tactic stuff just now. But even that, I'm hearing there's other systems out there that might be different or better.
Yeah. We're looking into that as a group at the moment.
I'll follow the group. This is one of these cases where being part of a group is a good idea, because there's people who pay more attention to a particular subject and they're more knowledgeable about it and they're more expert about it. And I will have the faith to simply say, these people have looked more into it and I'll follow them. It makes more sense to follow the group than it does to be the outlier anyway. So all you guys are using mesh tactical, I'm going old school CB and speaking to who,
Yeah.
I think the truck drivers still use CB radios in the US, Chef Tech. That was always a big thing in the US. Truck drivers. They never did that. I don't think they did that in the UK. If they did, it was a very long time ago. Wouldn't even be legal now, actually, to have a handheld device in a truck.
No, it'd have to be hands-free somehow.
Nah, like in America, CB radios, no, they're not. They can't pass a law saying a CB radio must be hand-free, period. But nobody uses it. Nobody's using that stuff around here anymore, which, like Mike said, is good because there's hardly anybody listening. So if you got friends that, are within range of your radio, your base, or your car, and you can tell them, look, if crap happens, turn your CB on, turn it to channel 37, some oddball channel. And people can still hear you. That's the thing. It's a public radio, so they can still hear you. So you don't want to give yourself away. I'd be like, hey, Mike, remember that place we talked about last week where we'd meet up? Yeah, let's meet there in about 4 hours. Nobody has a clue.
Yeah. And that's even without any predetermined code words and stuff like that.
Yeah. I think if you had a very small localized network, you could probably use just about anything radio communication wise if it was purely just like you and your 5 mates and you all lived within 50 miles or whatever. It's probably quite easy to think of a system that way that you can put together and communicate that way. That's off grid, I would imagine.
And it's having redundancy as well. So we've got a plan as a network, and it involves things like Meshtastic, but it's also got the radio bands, different times, different zones, when to listen in, things like that. So it's redundancy upon redundancy as well. And CB is even part of that as well, because I'm looking at getting that myself. Because I'm curious the fact that it is not used as much, if it could be, that could be a benefit.
I think it would be, because literally if you and your mates have, I love using the word mates, sorry, it's not an American thing, it's your guys. But you and your friends already have it set up where it's like, okay, you all get together, you all start chatting with each other at a certain time. And, but you say, okay, every day at 6 p.m., turn your radio on in case somebody needs help, or at 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., like every 12 hours. something like that. So you could turn it on and I could broadcast and say, hey, I broke my leg. Does anybody have, splints and some medicine kits or whatever? And somebody could pop on and say, yeah, I do. I'll meet you in the usual spot in about 3-4 hours. And then you leave it at that. People, unless they got, and the government, even if they're listening, they don't care. They're not going to try to triangulate your position and find this guy with a broken leg because he has a CB radio. No, nobody cares.
Yeah. Yeah, and if it's that kind of situation where you're relying on that over 999 or 911, then it's probably the people with the technology that could pinpoint your location are nowhere to be seen anyway.
Yeah, they're all at home trying to figure out what just happened and what to do because they weren't really prepared. But yeah.
Yeah.
Glad I got back on. I was listening in the whole. I had to drive down and go to Walmart, my favorite, not so favorite place to go to get some jars. I was out of a specific size jar and I was angry. Went there. I'm listening in. I'm like, that's why I kept throwing comments. And I'm doing 70 miles an hour throwing comments on there going, yeah, it's time to move on to the next topic because I couldn't be on there to, let's just say, squash a particular situation that might have happened verbally.
Yeah. I think, thinking about the communication thing as well, I mean, the only other thing I can think about is the old runner type system, the old messaging system, the way they used to do it way back in the old times, where they had a dedicated runner. And it kind of links back to what we were saying earlier, where everybody has their place. That might actually be that there's like some 14-year-old kid who's a fantastic BMX rider or something. And you say to him, well, you know what I mean? Your job is to take this message to the next town and, give
it to a specific person.
Yeah. Give it to, or see if they've got these specific resources that we need, and we can trade them these resources. So you've got runners basically, like way back in the old days. People did that for centuries. Long before that they had a proper mail system or any kind of
back during that time. They had runners, but they also didn't have. I mean, we could potentially, we can go down that rabbit hole. We could potentially have roving gangs that see some guy running or riding a bicycle with a message, and he may not get there, or she.
That was always the risk back in the day, though, as well. Runners in the World War I trenches often had to put their head above the parapet as they went from trench to trench. Yep. Sometimes they didn't make it. It's part of the job.
Yeah. All sorts of ingenious methods for hiding the messages as well. I don't know how far back it goes, but I remember hearing a thing. It was way back in deep history of sort of like kings and queens and knights and all that kind of stuff. But they would have a message written on a particular kind of paper that if it touched vinegar, it would dissolve. And the paper was inside a glass tube that was surrounded by vinegar.
Right.
And if you opened the container the wrong way, the glass tube broke. And it wetted and it would dissolve type thing.
Yeah, it was like a military type thing.
Yeah.
This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
Yeah, and that's something. I'm sure that's like 12th or 11th century or something. That was like way back.
So not something we can get on Amazon then, no?
Possibly not. Temu probably yes. You know what I mean? But Amazon no.
I'm sure there's certain inks and things that with a mild acid like vinegar would just ruin the ink and you wouldn't be able to read it.
So, I mean, people talk about learning Morse code and stuff like that as a thing. So if we talk about communications and signaling, if you've got line of sight, there's a way you can signal, obviously, with Morse code. Now, Morse code can be learned, can be intercepted, can be read because it's a fixed code. Take a leaf out of something like the American Civil War, and they had the Signals Corps in the American Civil War, and it was a very basic form of semaphore. It was a singular flag. Now, the singular flag was 1, 2, and 0 or 3. I can't remember going forward towards them. And it all came down to the translation. So before anything started, they would all have a certain page number, and it would be this page. So 1, 2, 1, 3, that would be a certain letter. Then 3 was like the space in between. So it would change.
For that code, that's a cool code where you pick a book.
Yeah,
everybody has the same book, and your code is just like 27 to 15, which is page 27, second paragraph, 15th word, or either the whole word or a letter, stuff like that. Yeah, that's been around for a long time. But that code is hard to break unless you're AI and you know which book it is. It could be any book.
Yeah,
But-
and it can be just something you've already arranged.
Right.
So if you've already got a predefined code sheet, so Alan knows that this is the one we're on. If that's compromised for some reason, we go to blue instead of red, and blue is a totally different code where A, B, and C are something completely different. But there's a very simple way of doing that, and Morse code is great. It's a good thing to know, just like the phonetic alphabet, but it's not something you could communicate securely with, in my opinion.
No, probably not. I mean, it might be worth having sort of somewhere in your digital preps or your books a methodology for knowing how Morse code at least works. So if you got into the absolute dire sort of situation of being occupied, for example, you probably could crack out some Morse code to communicate between, you know, your resistance forces or whatever. I imagine Morse code is so old that a lot of, like, the Russians probably don't even know how to do it anymore, like their normal standard troops. I mean, it's not I don't think they use that in the British military anymore. I think that was defunct a long time ago. So the old ways are sometimes the best ways. Even the flag thing, that when you were talking about that kind of reminded me of how they used to communicate in ships. Old tall ships used to use flags and different kinds of flags, and
there's multiple types of that kind of semaphore using flags, and they did use it on the ships as well during the Civil War. Like, they had the ironclads as well as regular ships, and it was exactly the same system used throughout them.
Yeah.
It's very easy over a distance. The flags were a giant red square with a small white square in the middle, and then the opposite side would be a giant white square with a red square in the middle. So, like, opposites, but it was designed so it doesn't matter if there's sky or green or anything behind you, you can see it from that distance.
Yeah. I mean, battle standards, the banners and stuff that troops used to have, those were to communicate a long distances, and then they had drums, for like nighttime and fog and stuff. And then eventually they realized that the bugle was actually better than drums because it would carry for a longer distance, and that's why in the British Army, the light infantry's cap badges are bugle, because they were one of the first infantry mechanized troops to use bugles rather than drums. I know that from a random history thing that I read once.
That went over again to kind of that same sort of period, that 1800s kind of period, because they'd use it for a charge would be a certain tune, a retreat would be a certain tune, stuff like that. So you hear the certain retreat tune, you know to stop running towards the enemy, turn around and leg it. But it's a nightmare to try and play. Has anyone tried a bugle?
I've never even seen one before. I kind of know what they look like, but I've never seen one in real life.
My stepdad's got one in his cabinet, in his history. He's got a whole museum practically in his house of American Civil War stuff. He's got a bugle in there, a brass one.
A bugle is like a trumpet without the 3 finger keys on it.
Yeah.
You play it just by the whatever you want to call the sound you make when you go out of your lips. So the tighter your lips, the higher the pitch. The lower your lips, the lower the pitch. You only get like 7 or 8 tones out of it. But a trumpet you have more, and French horn, all that stuff. You always have the 3 finger keys, but a bugle has no finger keys.
There you go. Just for Alan, I've shared it. If Shadow can put it on. There you go. The one on the right there is the bugle.
Yeah.
So that's what it is.
Yeah, the longer the pipe, the lower the tone.
Yeah, the best thing about that, it's not related to the signals or something. We took an American Civil War group over to the graves over for World War II to Eeps and stuff like that, and one of them was called John Filey. He was a buglist, and he played taps at the graveyard, and you could have heard a pin drop in a full of tourist graveyard over there because he played taps on this bugle. Unreal. Random, I know, but
yeah, it was pretty cool though.
It was a goosebumps moment for sure.
Yeah, I love all that kind of stuff. I think if you're at a point after a scenario where we're relying on bugles and Morse code, something really, really serious has taken place.
I'm definitely digging out my general's uniform and saber.
Yeah, there's actually an old fire tower close to where I live, in the town that I live. It's obviously an old ruin now, but that's even way back in the days where there was towers, concrete towers on all the high points, and you would light a fire and then, like a beacon, and then the next person would light one and so on.
You still see them. I mean, I just did
Yeah,
that
there's
cycle
one here.
across.
There's one here.
You actually see them in the middle of nowhere still sometimes as well. I did that cycle across like the Forest of Boland and stuff like that. And on a few of the peaks, you can still see the baskets on the towers.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the really cool things about living in the UK is just maybe a 20-minute walk from where I'm sitting right now. I can go to a ruin of a building that is nearly 1,300 years old, and all sorts of stuff happened there over time, I'd imagine. And there's older stuff as well. There's Roman age things and stuff here as well.
Yeah, some good bug out locations are based around these things.
One of my bug out locations is a castle on an island, and I kid you not.
There you go. That's the ideal.
What about smoke signals? Smoke signals were like the early Morse code, supposedly.
Yeah, but have you ever tried it?
No, yeah, I have. It doesn't work.
I imagine smoke signals would work in a place like the prairies in America, where you had these vast landscapes and relatively clear skies.
As long as you don't have any wind blowing.
No breeze. Has to be perfect
well,
conditions.
Your smoke signal turns into a somebody scribbled on paper with a magic marker.
I don't think you would see a smoke signal in the UK. It's so bloody cloudy here and dull.
Well, maybe if you make the smoke black.
Yeah.
Or red.
Throw a piece of a rubber tire in your fire. That'll make it black.
Yeah, I'll pass on the smoke signals. I think there'll be, if it was at a point where we were using smoke signals, I think I think everything's already burning.
That's the point. I would start training a pigeon, I think.
That was my thought. Carrier pigeons work well.
Yeah.
I got gas, Shadow.
Yeah. Yeah.
See the thing about carrier pigeons, right? I know I was kind of joking when I mentioned that, but see, when I think about it, if you know somebody with a pigeon loft, and because I don't know much about racing pigeons, but I do know that they're quite easy to train to go from loft to loft. So simply identifying people that have racing pigeons and already do that is a useful prep to have, especially if it's in your town.
Yes, certain pigeons only go one. Most pigeons only go one way. So the way the racing
you go back to home
is you throw it in a crate, you take it out 150 miles away, you let them all go at the same time, and you time them when they come back to their coop. In the World War I, they had bidirectional pigeons where, a pigeon would get let go. One guy would carry it out and let it go, and then the other guy would put a message on the pigeon when it got to him and let it go, and it would go back to where it came from before. It would go back and forth. But if that guy moved more than 100 yards, you lose the pigeon, because the pigeon would just come back and sit there and get shot.
All I can think of is Blackadder for this whole thing. And I don't know if you guys have seen Blackadder over there, but you shot Speckled Jim.
I have seen Blackadder the whole.
He shot Speckled Jim.
Show.
So I suppose, if you knew somebody with a pigeon loft here, and the pigeon would always return to that loft, and you were, like I said, you had identified that 14-year-old with the BMX, you also give him a pigeon, and a little message, and send them to the next town, and release the pigeon when you get there, and let us know what the crack is.
You train a pigeon to ride a BMX.
That's next level.
You need a little motorcycle helmet for them, and a little.
I just woke up wearing myself as well. Oh, thank you, Renegade Preppers. That's really appreciated. Sorry, what did you say, Mike?
Oh, he's disappeared.
Still there. I thought we were all froze then for a second. Everyone kind of stood exactly.
Yeah, my raccoon never moves. I just keep hitting the mute button because my dog is squeaking his ball and pissing me off.
Yeah, I can't think of any other communication methods, to be honest. I've exhausted my knowledge in communications. It is my weakest. It is my weakest thing.
My prep for communication is I've got a Scottish wife. You can hear her from about 7 streets away, so it's fine.
Well, that's good.
So you didn't have to ride your bike all the way up there. She could have just leaned out the window and screamed at you. You would have heard her, right?
Yeah, that's it. Or at least when I got halfway. You can actually pull up an image of Avril. That's how renowned she was. Granddaughter looks exactly like her too. Oh, little guy that knows a lot about pigeons. All right, okay.
Yeah.
Pay attention to people that know a lot about pigeons, but stay away from people that have pigs.
Well, interestingly, talk about the homing pigeons. Cats are quite good at that as well. We could have homing cats.
Homing
I'm just trying to keep it going, guys. Come on, give me a break.
I don't know. The only cat I'm aware of would just lie down and sleep somewhere. You wouldn't see it for a week and it wouldn't have moved more than 10 yards.
Go get help, kitty. No. Do it yourself. I'm absolutely in pursuit of finding somewhere to loft these for doing messages back and forth. They are racer homer mix, so they have very high likelihood of staying back and forth between two. Interesting.
Okay, that's interesting.
That's really cool.
They definitely do exist. I mean, there's an allotment nearby where I live, and there is somebody there with a pigeon loft.
What's the range on pigeon?
Literally hundreds of miles.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go, Alan. We'll set it up. I'll grab some pigeons this end. You grab some that end.
I've rescued pigeons when I worked at a dealership after a storm. They always seem to come flying into the shop, and they would they ran into an electrical line or they got caught in a windstorm, and they would come in and they always had tags on them. This is back when the internet was like a baby, and they would come in. They always had armbands on, 1, 2, sometimes they had 3 armbands on them with numbers and letters and things, codes, and for who owned it. And I would put it in a crate, bring it home, never take it outside. I always kept it inside. And sometimes I'd find out who the owner is. I'd call them up. They'd be like, take it outside and let it go. It'll come home. I'm like, okay. And one of them came, I caught it. And it was literally walking around in the dealership. And I just picked it up, brought it home, found the owner. And I was in Maryland at the time. And he was in Arkansas. He's like, you found my pigeon in Maryland? He's like, well, there was a big storm that came whipping through last month, and he must have gotten caught in a really bad wind and blew him so far off course he couldn't figure out where he was. He's like, just take him out and let him go. Well, I took him out, let him go. Her took her out, let her go, never left. And I called him up. I was like, dude, she's not leaving. He's like, I keep it. He's like, fine. I got 100 of them. I ain't worried about it. I know which one it is. I'll just knock her off. If she ever shows up, I'll let you know. I'm like, yeah, we used to take her. I built a nice little outdoor crate for her, cage, and she lived there. And I would let her out, and she would fly up on the roof, and she'd land on my shoulder, and it was like having a parrot. And I loved it. The kids loved it, and I just had. And then it got picked off by a hawk in my backyard.
Oh,
I was not happy.
You know, another thing about carrying a message that way. I mean, it's slightly more modern, but drones have got some incredible range on them now. I was looking at the DJI Mini 4, I believe. It's got a 20-kilometer range. Now, you could fly a message 20 kilometers and then it charge it up, at that point and could, fly it back, I'd imagine. But apart from just being a really good reconnaissance device, you can also attach small messages to them as well, I suspect.
You could probably some of these programmable drones, you could literally program it to fly to max distance and land at a spot, and your buddy's there, and he could take the drone, hook it up to the charger, get it charged back up, and push a couple buttons, and it'll fly it all the way back to you. I mean, and it doesn't need, it doesn't have to be on Wi-Fi or anything like that, or your Bluetooth or your phone or whatever remote control they got. You can just program it as long as it has some kind of way to figure out where it is, cell towers or whatever. You can fly them back and forth if you wanted to, but I don't know. I know it exists. I've never seen one or heard of one, but I don't think it's difficult to do if you're a programmer.
Yeah, I've seen I was reading a military intelligence report a while ago about the conflict in Ukraine, and they have fly-by-wire drones. It's a very, very small fiber optic tether, so they can't be jammed and things like that. And the range on them, unbelievably, was about 40 kilometers, I believe. It was a very, very, very long tether. But these thread-like fiber optic cables is all you need to be able to fly these drones that kind of distance. I'm sure it was 40 kilometers. Somebody could look that up and correct me, but I remember hearing it and thinking, bloody hell, that's a long way.
And every time when the drone blew up or fell down, now you have this 40-kilometer long strand of fiber optic glass laying across everything. I'm sure somebody would be like, what the heck is this? Like a spider web.
Oh, there's actually lots of videos of troops in Ukraine, with bits of wire and stuff hanging over their vehicles where it's happened. It's a real problem there. It's part of the evolution of drone warfare, tethered drones.
Interestingly, one thing, I was just looking at like historical methods of communication to see what we missed. Apart from cave paintings and hieroglyphics, I think we covered most of it. But one that didn't even come up on the list that I just thought of is something that could potentially be used if you had that local community afterwards. If you had World War II-esque field phones, they ran and powered off a crank and you just ran a cable. So there'd be some effort in running a cable from A to B within a small community, but you could quite easily set up a communications network with something like that, even if it was just A to B.
Yeah, that was the ones where they cranked the handle a certain amount of times. Everybody's phone on that network would ring the same tones, but say it was like two shorts, a long and a short, that would be me to pick up the phone. And
yeah.
but everybody could hear it if they hooked into it. They could hear it. They could hear what you're talking about because the cables just went everywhere. But I would pick it up and it would be Mike saying, hey, I got a broken leg. Bring me some splints. Okay, click, hang up, and now off I go. The whole network, if somebody got a hold of one of those phones and heard it ringing, they could also pick it up. I guess technology took over a little bit when you did certain pulses. It only went to a certain phone, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, well, it went to the start. It was to a telephone exchange, right? And they would physically connect you from A to B. But I mean, with this, I'm thinking like, if it was just, for example, you had a housing estate and there was a front gate, you could have a wire running from that all the way up to the back watch.
Yeah, like an intercom, basically.
Yeah.
The military, I know the British military right up until the 2000s. I don't know if they still do this, but they had a hardwired communications device that they would use in their camp, and the cable they would run was called D10 cable. It was just a thin cable that on a coil you literally just ran it between sort of, within the perimeter. You could get quite a distance, so it's a little bit. Also, remember that movie? Is it Enemy at the Gates, where you see the poor guy on his back?
Yeah, the reel. He's got the reel on his
and
back.
He's crawling and he's getting picked off by snipers and stuff. But I mean, that was back then. That was one of the only ways you could communicate with each other. But I suppose they didn't really have a lot of wireless technology back then.
Yeah.
But then that can be intercepted and jammed.
Aquatics point then. Sorry. The one you pulled up there for aquatic, Shadow. Smoke for emergencies. I had a thought there that you've got companies in the UK, I don't know what, you'll have the same, I'm sure, in everyone else's country as well, like Enola Gay, who do smoke grenades. Now, not that I'm saying we're going to need smoke grenades for any sort of tactical thing, but they have a massive range of colours. So if you predetermined that purple meant this, red meant this, green meant this, stuff like that, then yeah, smoke for emergencies could be a really good tool if it was a predefined list of this is the situation.
You could do the same.
You have blue, green, yellow, white.
Mm-hmm. You can do the same with sea dye. That sea dye packs, where when you drop in, you open up this pack of sea dye, it turns, green. Whatever color the word, it turns it bright green, and it just stays. And I have a fun story about that in a minute. But if you had sea dye and you had, say, a bunch of communities living along a stream, a river, and as long as you're the one up top, because everybody below you, if I'm 2 below Mike and I let some sea dye into the stream, Mike's not going to know it. But
Yeah.
I could if I live at the top of the stream, I could throw a pack of red sea dye in there, and it would take a while to get to the bottom one, and Alan would see it being the last one on the stream for our community. He would see it, and that would mean, okay, we all need to get together at such and such a location at a certain time. You just have to go out and look at the stream every day and see what color it is. Is it normal? Great, we're good. Is it purple? Oh shit! Mark just got messed up at his things, and he threw a purple dye bag. So whoever just got him might be on their way south on the stream.
Alan, the stream's running yellow. What's the emergency? Nothing. I think Mark's dehydrated.
That's right. Diabetes kicked in. The answer all going down to the stream to take a drink now.
It's funny that you mentioned the sea dye there, because I was thinking about that just as you mentioned that, because it's non-toxic, that stuff, and it lasts a very long time.
Yep.
The only reason it came to my mind is because several years ago I used to work for a drainage company, actually, where we cleared out drains and things, and we used a tiny little amount of this stuff, this green stuff, and you put it down like toilets, and they flush it, and then you open the drains on the roads, and you can see where the water was coming from for certain places, things like that. And it's a good way of, that's how they identify leaks and things like that. That's why sometimes you see it in rivers.
All of a sudden you see red dye flowing into the stream. Shouldn't be. You got a leak in your pipe. So about 20 years ago, my wife worked for a big company down in near DC, and one of the guys there was ex-military, and he was not military, Navy, and he had like 100. He somehow got out like all these sea dyes. So what he did, we had a big snowstorm come in. He literally opened up a pack of this stuff and sprinkled it around the parking lot where they all worked. And by the end of like a week, because the temperature never really went up, but people were tracking this stuff up to 100 miles away. You'd be driving along the road, you look in the side where the plows went through, and you just see bright green in the snow and splatters everywhere. It's like, holy crap, this stuff lasts forever and goes everywhere. But it was funny because it was all around my neighborhood. You can almost track where people went at that point. But whole bag, and a bag of sea dye is good for like what, 10,000 gallons of water to turn it bright green.
Yeah, that's the stuff they use. What's that city in the US that on St. Patrick's Day they turn the river green?
Oh, that's Boston does that.
Boston,
They use the same stuff. Yeah.
For St. Patrick's Day. Come on, man, you're in Ireland.
I'm in Scotland. We don't have it.
Oh yeah, well, whatever.
I tell you what, they celebrate St. Patrick's Day a lot more in America than they do in Ireland.
I'm sure they do.
It's just one of those things. You have tartan days there as well, big tartan parades, all that kind of stuff. Guess what we don't have here?
Yeah. I think they do that more in Canada, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think they call that cultural appropriation, right?
I'm very offended by that.
It's only cultural appropriation if you lift your skirt, your kilt up, and you're actually wearing underpants. Then it's cultural appropriation.
How dare you swear at me like that?
Hey, dude, I'm Scottish. I know what clan I came from way back. I think we talked about this before.
Yeah.
But I know what clan. My mom did the whole research on it, and we came from the Cameron clan way back, like 300 years ago.
Yeah, it's funny because that's on my mother's side. I'm also from the Cameron clan, which is there you go.
We are brothers. See that?
Yep.
Does that mean you can get a green card, Alan?
Yeah, I don't think they don't have a clan card.
Yeah.
To be honest, looking at all of the things that are going on in the US at the moment, I'll pass on the green card.
Yeah, that's right. I'll pass on the clan card, being what that really means in the United States. Sorry, it occurred to me. None of you guys occurred to, but me, I was just like, "Yeah, what the hell did I just say? Yeah, I got a clan card. Oh no, I didn't."
Yeah. That's now on the internet forever.
Yep.
As he smokes his old pack of Marlboro with the keg.
Yeah, right. Hold on, where's my hat? Where's my hat?
Hat or hood?
All right, so I missed about an hour and a half of everything. Did we hit all the topics and stuff? We're just sort of freelancing now.
We've hit them and beyond.
That was the last topic, wasn't it? Or was there more?
That was the last key point.
I missed the first key points. What were the first ones that I missed?
That's because you were shaving your legs.
The first key point was what to do when returning home. Gas leaks, downed power lines, structural damage.
Walk in, light a match, pray.
Yeah.
I'd say you look for a gas leak with a match. That's it.
Yeah. I think it was really just a case of a sit rep sort of situation
I mean,
awareness of what's going on and adapt based on that and look out for the secondary thing, the secondary dangers.
That's probably the biggest takeaway from this whole thing, right? Everything we talk about, whether it's communications, whether it's down the power lines, whether it's anything like that, it's all going to be, what's the first thing you do? Evaluate the situation.
Yeah, I think Bob would know this, like on his side of the country, because he's on the totally other side of the United States from me. But for an earthquake and stuff like that, if you have natural gas in your house, which I do, you really want to know where your main comes into the house. I know where mine is, and you only need an adjustable wrench, like a big one, to put on the little 90-degree shutoff to turn your gas off. And I almost did it once because something, I forget what was going on. This is years ago at my last house. Something was going on with the gas, like the pressure, something about a pressure spike or whatever. And it was literally blowing people's stoves up because too much pressure came through, and you turn your stove on, way too much gas came out, and you were having flames going up like, 14 inches or, whatever it is in centimeters on your stove, like a foot and a half, instead of like the usual blue flame. It was just blowing out.
Wow.
And I wasn't involved in my district, so I didn't need to go out, but I knew where my gas was, and I always keep a big adjustable wrench nearby for that. Same with your power. Where's your breaker? Where's your main? Can you get to it?
Yeah. Water as well.
You gotta shut your breaker off. Where's your water main? I know where
Mm-hmm.
my water main is. Unfortunately for me, it's behind a shelf unit in my basement, and that's going to get rearranged here soon because if I have a water leak, I'm gonna have to rip this shelf off the wall or just knock it over so I can reach in there and shut the main off. Mine's hidden in the wall.
You've also, a lot of the UK is on water meters now, where they charge you according to how much water you use.
Oh yeah, so do we. Yeah.
But there's also, as well as the stopcock for like your house, the water main for your house, there is usually one not far away. You can see the little access points, which are quite easy to remove. And
my access point is in a metal cover out in my yard. And it's just a screw. I mean, it's not a special key. It's a 5-pointed screw. You can use vice grips to get it off. I've done it.
Yeah.
But it's 5 feet down because of the frost line.
But they've usually got a stop valve at that point as well.
Yeah, but you can't reach it because it is down 5 feet through a 6-inch tube. You can see it. You can't reach it unless you have a special tool, which they use to shut your water off if you don't pay your bill. My water main shut off for my house is actually just inside the house where the main comes in.
Well, we have that. But they can't shut you off in the UK, even if you don't pay your bill. It's illegal for them to shut your water off. Yeah.
Wow.
A commercial premises, they can shut your water off. At a residential premises, they cannot cut your water off in this country. Hence the reason the water board has so many problems with people not paying their water bill.
Not paying it. We can do shut me off. We can turn the pressure down.
It's definitely a good idea to know where your water shut off thing is. Years ago, with the first flat I lived in, I burst pulling a washing machine out. I burst the hose, the water goes in, and the pressure I couldn't rejoin it, so it was just pissing all over the place. And I had no idea where the water stop off thing was. I actually phoned my dad, who lived in a similar house, and he told me where it was. And I kid you not, it was in like a little cupboard where the gas boiler was. And it was down at the bottom, and he was saying, it's right down there at the bottom, and you have to turn a tap. The council had plasterboarded over the top of it.
Oh, jeez.
So I had to break the plasterboard to get into this tap and then rummage around. At the same time, my entire flat was being flooded.
Ladies and gentlemen, government contracts sold to the lowest bidder.
Yep.
That's how it works.
Wow.
Hey, and nowhere. If you're on I have a basement, and I know where my clean out is for my sewer drain, where all the pipes flow into this before it goes into my concrete pad and out the front of the house somewhere. But I know where my clean out is because you can get a clogged pipe, and it's going to be a disgusting mess. It happened to my uncle once, and we had to clean that up. But we pulled his inspection cover for the clean out, and half the neighborhood drained into his basement. Because it backed up in the street, and they forgot to pull a concrete plug out of the sewer. He was in a model home, and we didn't know. They had lived there for 6 years. and flush. And all of a sudden, we're there for Thanksgiving with like 30 of us, and all of a sudden the toilets aren't flushing anymore. Nothing's working. Everything's backing up. So we're like, oh, let's just go check the plug. Yeah, we spent all Thanksgiving wearing rubber boots and clothespins on our noses because it was 5 years of sludge coming into the basement. And fortunately, it was a downhill run to this outside door. We opened the door. We're just squeegeeing the shit into the yard just to get it out of the house. It was vile.
Just imagining how that conversation was going. So, Mike, what are you thankful for?
Yeah.
Clothespins.
Clothespins. Meanwhile, all the women are still cooking dinner upstairs.
Oh, yeah, the appetite would be gone. But that's a good place to know on your house.
It was kind of
for the opposite reason. If you had to block it purposely, like I used to live in a terraced house that was at the bottom of a hill, so everyone's waste, if the water system went off, would be coming my direction. So knowing where to block that from coming in is also a good thing to know.
Yeah, for where I live now, it goes out my basement, but I'm uphill from where the main pump is, and it's I'm like one of the higher ones in my neighborhood. It's probably like 6 houses higher than me, but there's like 80 houses below me. So I'm not overly concerned about flushing my toilet if there's no water supply. No. I can literally just get rainwater and throw it in the tank and flush the toilet if I have to. And somebody else there's probably going to be a giant pond of poop water down at the bottom of the hill here, but whatever. Well, the wind doesn't normally blow uphill, so I'm kind of good there too.
By the time he knows who to blame, he'll have already died of dysentery.
Yeah, that's right. I'll be out at my cabin crapping in a hole that I dug.
Oh man, you need a hazmat suit to get through that. Oh.
Yep. Oh yeah.
And a gas mask.
Yeah, it was not a pleasant Thanksgiving. Yeah, there was really not. We were thankful that we all survived, I think. The story will live on forever, though.
That's gross.
What? It is what it is. Crap happens.
Yeah, literally.
Literally.
It's the fact it's on Thanksgiving as well. My appetite would have gone.
That was the not so fun fact on that one.
Yeah. I love Thanksgiving as well. I used to have a friend from New Jersey when I lived in Wales. She was from New Jersey originally, and she used to make Thanksgiving dinner, and I've never had such a sweet meal. Everything's got sugar in it, and it's just unreal.
Yeah, except for the turkey. I don't put sugar on my turkey.
No, I know, but the whole thing was like a dessert. It's like the carrots themselves were like desserts.
Candied carrots and sweet potato pie and
candied yams.
Sauce. I know. Yep. I'm well versed on Thanksgiving dinners.
But we don't have anything like it. The closest thing we have to something sweet is a bit of cranberry sauce on the side. I think that's about it over here.
Yeah. What, you don't have corned beef and cabbage on St. Patrick's Day? Just kidding.
No, we have special offers in Wetherspoons. That's all we have on St. Patrick's Day. Special offers in Wetherspoons.
Yeah. Dodgy hats and overpriced Guinness.
Yeah. Overpriced warm Guinness. Let's get it right.
So when are you all going to pitch in together and get yourself a freeze dryer?
Well, listen, every penny's right now. Every single penny I make
5,000 pounds to get a freeze dryer over there.
Yeah, well, I'll get one eventually, but every single penny I make through the channel, through Amazon, through anything now until next year is going into the get off grid pot. So
there you go.
That's the plan. As soon as I'm off grid, then I can start thinking about saving for other things.
Well, if you're off grid with no electric, you don't want a freeze dryer because you need electricity to run it.
Oh no, I'll have electric. I've already seconded Hawkins and Scottish Prepper 73 to come in and install all my solar and stuff. So it's all planned out.
That's good.
Sounds like a plan.
We make a cranberry relish for our turkey. Man, I put that stuff on everything.
Yep. I make for leftovers. Everybody always talks about Thanksgiving leftovers. I make Thanksgiving burritos as leftovers.
Oh, don't.
I shred the turkey up. I cook turkey. I throw that in there. I throw a little bit of stuffing in there, a little bit of mashed potatoes, a little bit of cranberry sauce spread on it. I throw pretty much corn, peas, whatever we got. It's a leftover turkey dinner burrito. I roll it up, throw it in the frying pan, and just cook it, get it until it's brown on all sides, and yep.
Oh, he's making me hungry now.
Yeah,
Honestly, I've been to the States several times, and I was younger, and my memory of each one, I remember little bits and bats, but my biggest memory from every trip is the food. It's always been the food.
Tell you what, something that's better than cranberries, and Shadow might back me up here, is lingonberry sauce. Very nice.
Lingonberry, I've had that. Yeah, it's not as
It's similar. It's very similar, but it's not quite as.
You're talking IKEA meatballs, the jam.
Yeah. I think you can get it from there. I think. As well. Like lingonberries. They those berries actually grow in Scotland, but we call them cowberries here. They call them lingonberries.
Yeah, they're not. Cranberries are very, very, very tart. You need a lot of sugar to get past it.
What was it the other day? Somebody said the missus said somebody said it. With cranberry juice. It's the only drink that makes you feel like you dry mouth.
Yes,
something like that.
Yeah. Regular cranberry juice, unsweetened. Yeah, it's brutal. Most of the stuff around here has sugar added to it.
Yeah, we have cranberry juice here.
That was it. It was, why does cranberry juice taste like it doesn't want to be wet?
Yeah, that's it.
I think it's actually quite hydrating as well. I think it is.
There's just a lot of natural sugars in there.
Yeah,
and a lot of vitamins and stuff like that. If you get the good stuff,
try prune juice. That'll give you a perspective on weird tasting dry drinks.
Why? She wants to know why am I making my cranberry anything so full of sugar? Well, just the cranberry berries. Yeah, you can cook them. You can add a little orange zest to it, and that they're just real tart.
Welcome back, CB.
I throw a little sugar in there just to ease up on the pucker factor when you eat them. Yeah. Oh, my left eye is stuck shut. My right eye is tearing.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Aquatic.
Yeah.
The more alcohol in your food, the better it is for you. The more acidic your food is, the worse it is for you.
Is that crickets I can hear in the background? Are you on your porch or something?
I'm on my deck. It's my dog coming up the porch and clacking away on the deck boards.
No, I can hear
I can hear crickets.
I have. I'm sorry. Yes, it's just I hear them all day, so I ignore them. Yeah, I got crickets.
I love that sound. That's my go to sleep when I'm camping.
I got crickets, cicadas. I got peeper frogs. Well, I don't have many around here, but at my cabin at night, you go deaf for the little peeper frogs. They're everywhere. You can't think straight because they're so loud.
Wow. You must tune out for that though. You must get used to it.
Oh, I do. Yeah,
I used to live next door to a railway line, and I stopped hearing the trains that often.
I can't believe you can hear the crickets through my iPad, but yeah, now that as soon as he said something, I was like, oh yeah, I got crickets here. I forgot that.
Yeah, I've always liked the sound of them, but we don't actually have them in Scotland. They don't make a sound like that. So we don't have wild.
They have midges that just devour your face.
Yeah, we've got something much worse. We have ticks and midges. That's what we have.
We got cicadas here too. It's cicada season.
Yeah.
So when they start buzzing, and they'll always buzz right over my head. You can't hear anything except that buzzing sound from a cicada.
Yeah, when I was in the States a couple of years ago now, we were actually lucky enough to be there when the cicadas, it was the ones that come out every 20 years or something.
Every 17 years, they're red and they're hideous looking. Yep.
I was there when it happened. I've got it on film. I've got it on 4K film. I don't have a computer that I can edit it with, but one day I'll put that together because it was incredible. The noise was deafening, and they were everywhere. They were crawling all over the place. It was
certain places about 20 miles from where I live during the last one. People would literally walk out their front door in the morning. You couldn't see the concrete sidewalk. It was just covered with cicadas. And they're just and they're alive. They would just literally just walk across them and crunch away all the way to their car. And you hit a swarm of them while you're driving. You're literally pulling over because you can't see out your windshield.
Yeah, I think it was Missouri. I heard them. I'm sure it was Missouri. It was incredible.
I still can't believe you can hear that. I just ignore them.
Yeah, I can hear it. I like the sound of crickets.
I think the only time I ever heard them at home was years ago when I was a kid. I had a pet tarantula. You feed them the crickets, and you would hear them at night. Occasionally, one would escape and be in the house for about a fortnight,
Oh,
driving my mother crazy.
I get crickets in my garage all the time. In the wintertime, I go out my garage. That's my studio thing. And I'll sit out there and I'll see and there's no food in there. And I'll see these giant crickets. I'm talking like 2 centimeters long, big crickets, just walking across the floor. Every now and then I'll try to catch it, pick it up, and put it outside. But most of the time they disappear, and then I got to listen to it for months. One cricket in your room is just annoying. A whole yard full of crickets, I don't know. I just don't hear it. There's so many of them going at once. It's just white noise.
That's what it is. It's that kind of white noise, peaceful. Yeah. You worry when they're all silent.
We were talking about that, I think, last week. It's like, pay attention to your environment. You hear bird noises and stuff that you don't really hear because it's always there. But the second everything goes silent, something's coming. Either an earthquake or an EMP, because they can sense that shit before we do. Yeah. And it's like all of a sudden the birds, we've seen it in movies and that, all of a sudden the birds go quiet. They're not flying. They just literally stop. And no animals are making noises. Dogs are acting weird. Cats are running for cover. And we're standing there going, what the hell's going on? And 30 seconds later, an earthquake. It happens out in LA all the time or out in California.
Good evening, Darren.
Fort Worth, Texas would get a huge populations of congregated crickets. The stores would use snow shovels to get them away from the buildings. That's mad. I've been to Fort Worth. Yeah, that's cool.
I like crickets.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about getting used to the wildlife in your area, and then noticing the differences when they start acting different. It's one of the best things I like about wild camping when I'm on my own is because you're on your own, you're not talking to anybody. You can be very, very quiet, and the wildlife isn't always aware that you're there, and you can just sit and you can watch and listen. And it's incredible the things you see and hear when you're sitting in a woodland by yourself in a place where people don't normally go. The biggest national park in the UK isn't far from where I live, a place called the Cairngorms in Scotland. And, I was camping there a while ago, just sitting. And I purposely go to a place where not even hikers would go. And, you'll see badgers and you'll see shrews and stuff acting in different ways. And it's quite something to see.
It's the same reason that people watch around here. I'm gonna have to jump off, gentlemen. It's
no
nearly
problem.
11. And I know it's nearly midnight for Shadow. So it's been a pleasure. I will catch you all later. Anybody watching on my side, because I'm streaming it to mine. If you want to carry on watching, please go over to ShadowScoutSwede's side. I'll share it on the community page as I go. So thanks, guys.
Catch you later, Mike.
See you later.
Thanks for stopping by, Mike. Always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Was there another topic, or was the communications one? Was that the last one?
That was the last final key point. So if you don't have another key points you want to share, fine with me.
The only thing I can think of once you get past all of the points, the 4 major points that we've went through, would be to take inventory of where you're at and plan for the next 72 hours of, okay, here's what this is the damage, this is what we've got, this is the situation. And probably after the first day, you kind of know what's going on, and then you should maybe plan for the next 72 hours after that. Really go into overdrive as a 3-day plan from that point on, just to be on the safe side. You can extend it if it's a more critical emergency. I think even if it's a close call emergency, it's probably worth sort of having a 3-day action plan anyway in place, just in case.
Hey, where'd Mike go? I stepped away for 2 minutes to check my potatoes, and Mike's gone.
Oh yeah, he's away to bed. He's gone.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. It's late for you guys. It's still only 5 minutes to 6 p.m. over here.
Yeah, it's 5 to 11 in the UK and midnight, I think, in Sweden.
Yeah. And Darren says we may have a food shortage in the future. Yeah, I would
Up in
not
Canada?
be
Yep.
surprised.
It's coming.
would not be
Canada's got
surprised.
its own political things going on right now. I'm not going to
Yeah.
get into that because it's not a political show. So
Mhm.
maybe I'll talk about that with Bob on Sunday night if he goes on Sunday night on his channel. Fried bugs. Yum.
Well, there's a lot of protein in bugs.
Oh yeah.
You know, crickets and things like that, and you know, the Far East it's common to eat them. I've visited Thailand a couple of times, and
Oh, they fry every bug over there. I don't
yeah. I mean, it's a totally normal thing. I mean, I think they do it a little bit for the tourists, to be honest. You get scorpions on the stick and crickets and things like that.
Something about the I forget what's in the shells though. It's not good for our biodigestive systems in the shells.
I remember somebody saying once, it's like they were horrified at the idea of eating crickets, but then they says, well, but you eat things like prawns, which are basically just insects of the sea. You know, so I mean, if you can eat a prawn, why not eat a cricket? If you're that way inclined to eat that kind of food.
Yeah.
I think the other idea from a nutritional point of view would be because they're so easy to grow in mass, if you can basically have a pile of them, dry them off, and then powder them up, and then use them like an ingredient to fortify foods. You know,
Dude, they're doing that in the United States. They're actually taking bugs, drying them out, and adding them to the flour in your food, and you have to know what the term is for it. It's like
really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a Bill Gates type thing, I guess, and it's cricket powder is what it is.
Feeding you bugs.
They mix it in your food and don't tell you that it's cricket powder. They give it some other, scientific name. So people read their ingredients. They have no idea. They're literally eating bugs.
Well, I did hear a while ago. I mean, we don't have as big of a problem with hidden ingredients in Europe, but I don't know if it's entirely still the case. But red food color, the red dye that you get in a lot of foods, that apparently comes from a beetle.
Really?
But when you look on the ingredients on the back, it doesn't say the name of the beetle. It calls it an E something. So it's E and then a number. And, you have to go and look that up to see what that is. And red food dye comes from a beetle, which is interesting.
Yeah.
And that was in Europe as well.
Some red food dyes, but in the United States, it all comes from other toxic things.
Oh, I'm sure it's different now, but I know that's definitely the case. That in Europe, certainly, we had red food dye beetles. I'm not opposed to eating bugs, by the way. I mean, from a nutritional point of view, certainly in a survival situation, most bugs are edible.
I just looked it up real quick. So cricket powder is known scientifically as acheta powder, which is ACHETA powder, or acheta protein. That's what they call it on our ingredient lists and like breads and crackers and things, or like your chips.
Hey, Renegade.
Hey, Ben.
Hey, man.
And but that's what they call it. They put it on your ingredient list. They don't call it cricket flour. They call it acheta or akita, whatever it is, akita flour or akita protein.
Yeah,
and
they make it sound appetizing.
Oh yeah, that way you don't think and go, why am I eating bugs? Yeah, thanks, Bill Gates.
How you doing, Ben?
There we go.
You're somewhat late to the party.
Yeah, like we're about to kill it in about 5 minutes here.
Oh, that's all good. I don't mind staying until the last couple of minutes. But no, I'm all good. I finally got sleep.
That's good.
Yes, the kids finally behaved enough so I could get more than 4 hours of sleep.
Oh,
Is this you just waking up just now at 11 o'clock? So you'll be up all night.
Oh yeah. But not to worry, I'll be entertained. I got a new toy, so I'm going to be entertained.
You got your Monster Energy drink there. You're good.
I got a new HOTAS.
What is it? A joystick?
Light stick, yeah. One of those. If my move that away. One of those.
Right.
Pretty cool. Hopefully.
Somebody put in the comments the E120 is the bug what red dye is from. Yeah. I don't know if they still do that. I don't know if that's still an ingredient, but I remember hearing that a while ago.
So
I don't buy much junk food at all anymore, but I do pick up bags of Cheetos and chips and stuff sometimes just to read the ingredients. Going, yeah, I'm not eating that crap.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, if you read the ingredients of the can that Ben is drinking right now, that'll have some interesting things on it.
It's got all kinds of chemical things you don't recognize. Yeah, give you heart palpitations and all kinds of other issues in the long term.
Then I better not show the monster pile I've got.
Probably bad idea.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's put it this way. I have enough metal cans over there I could probably melt down and make a nice frying pan.
You should stick to a wholesome, healthy drink like me. Joker IPA.
No. If we're doing this... Okay, just a heads up then. Alan's clearly pulling an all-nighter. If you want to go sunshine.
There. Oops. I can't show mine. My camera shut off. I prefer Labatt's Blue from Canada. And I'm in the United States, and it's actually cheaper than the American beers, which I find hysterical.
Well, just wait till the tariff hits that.
Yeah, I'm sure sooner or later. And I'll just make my own if I really want some.
I am slamming them like I'm a thirsty camel. That's what happens when you're addicted to Monster and you slept just shy of 11 hours. I gotta catch up.
Catch up with the world.
Oh, don't. I've already had a quick look at what's going on, so that's going to be an interesting night on the run up to the alert tests.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of a live tomorrow for the first time while that alert takes place.
You are?
Put the notification on for that live tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't have any software, so I'm purely just going off YouTube. So it's just a YouTube live, and I was only thinking about 20 minutes. But for anybody who doesn't know, the UK tomorrow's getting a mobile phone emergency alert test, which has only happened one other time, I think, and it didn't work. It didn't work enough. Yeah, it didn't work. So this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to prop my phone up in front of the camera, and then I'm going to come on 15 minutes before 3 p.m., which is the time it's due to happen. And I'll chat a little bit about the research I've been doing into it, and then we'll see if it actually goes off or not.
What's your Alan, what's your channel?
World Survivalist.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I subscribed or not. I don't even remember.
His name's Alan, and he's the World Survivalist.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be on there. I've put up a reminder type link, but it won't be anything fancy.
I was not subscribed on my Mad Chick Acres one. I will subscribe right now.
I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed to you. I subscribe to everybody I speak to on these chats.
Probably, and I think I might have on my Chef Tech side, but not on. I have two.
That
I got
might
Chef
be
Tech
it.
86, and I got Mad Chick Acres. Chef Tech, I'll put random videos up of cooking and canning my gardens and that. Mad Chick. Nah, I think I did one with that bug assault gun or something like that. That was about it.
Yeah, so that one.
I mounted a GoPro on my bug assault.
Yeah, bug assault. That was a fun video.
So, what did I actually miss then, guys? Considering
everything.
We've been on for 4 hours.
I'm always late to the party.
Basically, if you can think of what you would say for this topic of after the storm. Wait, yeah, is it after the storm?
After the storm, steps to take immediately after a disaster.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Natural disasters.
You'll just have to rewatch it when the live finishes and go through it all.
Oh, I will.
I think we covered literally every possible topic known to man on the subject. Though we even started talking about carrier pigeons and stuff earlier.
Yeah, I did manage to catch tail end of that because I put up a what's the SP velocity of a fully laden swallow.
Yeah,
got to get that Monty Python joke in there at some point.
Carrier pigeons and smoke signals. Yep, that's the way of the future.
Yeah.
And native chants.
Yeah, and bugles and whatever else you can do to get your point across to somebody 10 miles away.
Just don't forget the rum.
No, never forget the rum. Or in my case, Southern Comfort, but that's me.
Ooh, nice, good choice. Man's got taste.
Yeah, you know what? I may have some for me, but I stockpiled lots of other those little airline bottles of stuff when they're on sale. Yeah, I got a few 5-gallon buckets just full of those. I won't touch it, but they're there just in case, I need to trade it for something. And it never goes bad. It's alcohol.
Yeah. What about you, Alan? What have you been up to?
Just, I suppose, the usual type of stuff. I suspect it's getting to that time of year for me as an outdoorsman. I do a lot of stuff now. This is a good time of year for me. But what escapes is the light, so it starts getting darker early, so it gets harder to film things. So I'm trying to get as many survival-related videos in as possible. I've got a review video tomorrow about a very cool water filter called the Grail. I've had it for 3 years, so it's a 3-year review of that. But yeah, usual stuff. Watching the seas, watching the air like you as well. Seeing what's going on.
Hey, Ben, I got a way off-topic question for you.
Shoot.
Your headphones, I have to do the same thing with my headset because I work from home, customer service stuff, technical stuff. I literally have to take the right headphone off so I can hear my surroundings, because if I put the headphones on, I can't hear anything. I can't even hear my own voice. I wind up talking too loud.
To be fair, that's mainly because I'm deaf in my right ear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, nah. I had a flashbang go off right next to my ear, and it burst my eardrum. And then 6 months later, the same thing happened again, but at an airsoft tournament. And that time it perforated the eardrum. So I am now completely and utterly deaf in my right ear.
Nope. Sorry to hear that.
Everything in mono then.
Yeah, but it gives me the best excuse ever. I have selective hearing then, because all I got to do is stick my finger in the other ear and I don't have to listen to the wife.
I can't hear it when I've got these headphones on as well. I can't hear a thing outside of our conversation at the moment. I would have to take one off to hear it as well. I got Chef Tech's dog.
Yeah, he's squeaking his ball. As soon as my wife walks out here, he comes out. It's playtime.
Playtime. Uh-oh. Don't say that word in this house. These kids have got fucking subsonic hearing, I swear, because if the word quiet is mentioned loud enough or playtime, that's it. We're done.
Grab the ball right on the floor there. No, it's right there.
But I will put something out there that I think will make everybody here laugh at my expense, which I totally don't mind because it was hilarious. For the first time in my marriage, I witnessed my wife having an ASD meltdown at the same time as our eldest daughter having the same, and they both cancelled each other out.
That sounds interesting. I don't think I've ever had that.
No, so that was quite the experience. If you want to talk of something that's, like a natural disaster in a way that comes out of the blue and you don't know what to do and how to expect it, yeah. Try and be the carer of two people with autism, both having a meltdown, but yet instead of stepping in, they cancel each other out. My brain, even now, after having sleep, still can't comprehend what I witnessed.
Kind of phase each other out.
Yeah, it was...
Phase cancellation.
Yeah, it was weird.
Talking about questions, actually. Sorry, crack on. I was just going to say, because I was just thinking about the mobile alert thing, because we were talking about that. Do you have them in Sweden, Shadow? And I know Chef Tech, you have them in the US.
We had the one big one 2 years ago.
So do you
the different alert system with the normal, alert system we get on TV and radios, and not necessarily on the cell phones, but on the TVs and that. Yeah, we get them like every couple months. Just this is a test. This is only a test. Blah blah blah. But then we had the one like two and a half years ago where it was the a different alert system, and it went to every cell phone, And even if you shut your phone off, when you turn it back on, your phone went off.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen tomorrow in the UK.
Right.
So, do you have
Everyone
that in
was all
Sweden?
freaked out that we're all going to die, and it's going to send out some kind of a pulsing signal that's going to turn you into a zombie or some shit like that. Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have. We can get text messages if something happens here.
That's interesting.
What I'll do, once I've had my cigarette, I got my phone next to me, I can pull up the alert and show you what it looked like on our end. Because the one thing I'm still conscious of, I don't know if you can smoke cigarettes on cam and then not get YouTube slapped for it. I know you can vape.
I think you can smoke on YouTube. Joe Rogan smokes joints all the time.
Oh, happy days then. That saves me having to flick. That's why my camera, if you remember, Alan, the other stream kept flickering. Yeah, I'm breaking my camera for switching it off and on again. But one sec. No, this is what we had ready in preparation for tomorrow.
Oh, did you get a text message?
Oh, yeah. I made sure I saved it so I can try and get it on camera for occasions like this. Sorry if it's blurry, guys. But
It's slightly out of focus. Yeah, you can see it now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, so that's what we received.
It'd be interesting to see if, because I never got it last time, and I didn't get that text message. So it'd be interesting to see if it comes on my phone. I've checked my device, and it is actually set to receive emergency calls, emergency alerts. So
now, the funny thing I want to mention with the emergency alerts is when you're in a household, the government knows who's in a household. We all know how we do it through the electoral roll and all that nonsense. I had my text message 3 days before Karis had hers. That's Mrs. RP for anyone new. Sorry, I forgot.
I think they're just random because, like I say, I've not received that text message at all.
Yes, but what we were discussing was like we were sat. I think it was 5:30, 5:45 our time when Mrs. RP had hers. And I said, well, why is yours come through late? We're the same household. You'd think they'd look through and go, right, they're a household of 4 or 5. Send them all at the same time, you know?
Nah, there's no way somebody at an individual level would be doing that because that text message will go out to like 60 million people.
I haven't seen two CTV, is it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It must be millions of people that goes out to, that text message.
Yeah, so we get regional messages here. We have silver alerts, which is an old person disappeared. We have amber alerts, which is a missing child, and they're regional. So, like if it happened in, say, New York City, that for a child missing, it would go out for New York City, northern New Jersey, Connecticut, some of eastern Pennsylvania, and then up into New York State. But it wouldn't go off in California. Right. You know, it's not nationwide. It's just regional stuff. And that's for amber, silver, and I think there's one other alert. Is there another alert?
I suppose that makes sense for a country the size of the US. They have such regionally different.
It means that your country's the same size as Rhode Island, so yeah, I get it.
yeah, it's not quite as big here. I'm not sure what state the UK is actually the same size. I think Florida, maybe.
Yeah, Florida or Alabama or something like that.
I think from top to bottom we're about, I don't know, 9 or 1,000 miles maybe. So short of 1,000, maybe about 1,000 miles lengthwise.
Oh, okay, well then it's a little bit bigger than that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's 1,000 miles from the tip of Florida to the top of Maine up the East Coast.
Yeah.
That's about 1,000 miles.
Yeah. Same as the population. The UK population is a little under 70 million, so not a massive country, but overpopulated for our landmass.
Sorry that I'm quiet. I'm catching up now on the After the Storm steps to take on YouTube, so I can see what points were said.
Much was said.
Oh yeah, a lot.
Yeah, it's been a good episode actually. Quite enjoyed this one. There was we covered a lot of ground.
Yeah. Yeah, we did. And the conversation has been awesome, actually. A lot of ideas, a lot of good
I guess
advice.
from what I've watched at the minute, a little bit I can kind of put sort of in on this is after a storm, the only steps I can say to take immediately if you want to go by like that exact second going forward is an LEW, which is to basically list everything you can see in either a mental checklist or what have you, or if you've got a note paper or a little note list of what you can see as your immediate dangers and what is, so like if, for example, your house took damage and a window is hanging off its pane, you know, that's a risk of detaching from the property and being a falling hazard. So L, list, E, evaluate, and then W, work around.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Thank you for that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's better than the analogy I used, which was think of the Starship Enterprise.
Yeah,
and it's a damage report and casualty report.
Yeah,
you know,
come on, Scotty. I need weapon systems now. But Captain, it's going to take 20 minutes. You got one. Okay, and it makes it happen. Yeah,
it makes it happen.
Oh, I love it.
What is it? Underestimate and overdeliver. That's it.
Wait, let's just hope then we don't have William Shatner in an emergency, because it's going to take 20 minutes just to hear him tell us how bad the situation is by going, my God, there's devastation all over the room. Son.
And then he has to find a girl and make out with her for 20 minutes. And then everybody in red has to die first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I was a Trekkie, like big time. I know all the dumb scenarios. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Live long there, buddy.
I love the Star Treks. The old Star Treks were always the best, even better than Next Generation.
Oh, bye. It's great when you're an impersonator.
It was always the case, though, when they were going down to that. We're going down to this planet, and one of us is sure to die. So it'll be in the away team of Dr. McCoy, Spock, Scotty, Ensign, blah, 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 who just started today.
Yeah, he literally. Yeah, those are the extras that come in. They get to wear a red uniform.
Yeah,
and they get their 20 seconds of fame that I was on Star Trek. Yeah, you'll never be back. Although there were a lot of seconds that got killed. They were back many times. You just didn't know it because they'd skip like 6 or 7 things. They wouldn't be in the forefront. You'd see them in the background walking around. You have to look for it. They're there.
Love it.
All right.
Controversial question then. Voyager, Next Gen, which of those two is the best? I
like Next Gen. Voyager I didn't like, and you can keep the what was the one where they're on a
Deep Space Nine.
Deep Space Nine.
Yeah.
What a hokey bunch of crap that was.
Yeah, that was garbage.
I watched it, but it was like, okay, this is bullshit.
I got rivalry in the household. I'm a heathen because I love Voyager more than Next Gen.
Nah, TNG was always the
best.
Right,
I'm not subscribing to your channel now. Sorry, Ben. We can't be friends. That's all.
Oh dear.
Yeah, well, I literally can't think of anything else to say on the subject.
Not on that.
No, I can't come up with something either.
Yeah,
so.
if we're talking about Star Trek now, I think we're done.
Yeah.
Beam me up, Scott. There's no intelligent life left down here. We're out of here.
Wait, was there any signs of intelligent life down here? I'm still looking.
No, but every planet they went to had an oxygen, nitrogen atmosphere.
Yeah, that's right. Class M planet everywhere.
They can tell that from space somehow without a probe.
And the Next Generation, every planet they went to looked like California.
Yeah. Very true.
They didn't even try to make it look like another planet with red skies and stuff. They just made it look like California because they couldn't be bothered.
Didn't even have to filter that color out for the smog and all that. So, all right, I'm going to bail here. I got potatoes and stuff to cook. You guys all have a great night. Shadow, I'll see you next week. Alan, I'll be looking forward to your... what time you doing tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll see you next week, Mark.
My little live, if it goes to plan, will be at 1:45 UK time. No idea what time that is your time.
1:45. So what time is it there right now for you?
It is 11:20 at night.
Okay, so you're 5 hours ahead of me. So 2, that means I can have my coffee and watch.
Yeah, the alert takes place at 3 p.m, so that's the time that it's scheduled. So
Oh, okay, so 3, 5, yeah. So 10 o'clock in the morning, I'll still be drinking my coffee.
See, that's the best prepper wake up, right? If you wanted to say a prepper, what would a prepper morning be? I've got my coffee, I've got World Survivalist on, and I'm about to watch an EAM go off.
And an emergency alert going off, and oops, it's now going off by me too. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So, all right, you guys.
Catch you
Take it
later.
easy, Mark.
Have a good night.
Catch you later, Mark.
Later.
And then 4 became 3.
Yeah, as usual.
But the real question is, do we get the poker cards out now or later?
Yeah, I don't think we play poker here.
No. Alan, what about you, man? What are you doing for the rest of the evening?
No, I won't be staying awake. So I'm trying to get back into day shift mode. So I'll be going to
back
sleep
onto
in the
days,
next.
is it?
Yeah. I'm off a few days, and then I'll be back on day shift mode. So I'll be trying to get to sleep after this. Once we finish here, probably I'll maybe watch something and go to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a nice cup of coffee and another monster, and then I gotta start doing some recording on the gaming channel.
Yeah.
Yes, I gotta do some War Thunder stuff ready for a tournament upcoming.
Okay.
Hence the purchase.
And I guess that is a big tournament.
Not really. It's only a little sort of group tournament ready for the bigger leagues when it starts back up in 2026. Gotta fund the kids somehow. They're
Yeah.
getting expensive now.
Yeah, that happens.
Oh yeah. I've had that experience for the first time properly of our eldest daughter being the one who behaves the most. Actually going into the store today going, I want this, I want that, I want this, I want that, I want this, I want that. You can't have that, sweetheart. We haven't got the money yet, but I want it now.
Yeah.
And it was like, you're not normally like that. No.
Yeah, my kid's starting to get a taste for branded sort of clothing, Nike and stuff, you know. Can't really get away with the old, this stuff from Tesco will do. It just doesn't cut it anymore.
No, I don't, mate, to be fair. I mean, even with what's going on in the world, with the war and everything, in a sense, if you want to word it that way, that's driving all expensive brands up even more as well. So what was once already expensive is now double.
And just reading some of these messages, I always miss reading the messages as because I put it on the full screen and then I lie back in this chair and I forget that there's other people sort of messaging.
It's all good. We all do it. I done it no end of times. It's like I said to you when we did our stream last. I'm still getting used to StreamYard, so I'm not used to pulling up the questions.
Yeah. Well, I don't even have StreamYard, so the benefit I'll have for the very short live that I do tomorrow, it's purely just through YouTube. So
yeah,
you can't really do anything with it. I don't think. I think it's really just a case of literally a live video. But yeah.
Well, I'll be up and about kicking anyway, so if you want, I'll drop by and I'll moderate the chat. Make sure no trolley trolls.
To be honest, I don't expect there to be any chat because I don't really do. I've never done lives on my channel before, so it's none of my community sort of is aware of them. Apart from these, you know, Mike and Shadow allow me to stream these chats to my channel, which I do.
Yeah,
it puts a little bit of traffic towards this content and puts the watch hours up a little bit on mine by the looks of it. But other than that, nobody really participates at my end. Not yet, anyway.
To be fair, Mrs. RP's got a new set up all the way up the top end of the room, and she's got most of you guys on YouTube getting the watch hours up because it helps her get off to sleep while I'm recording.
Yeah, the watch hours are where the problem is on YouTube, especially for channels the size of mine.
And in days like these that are so uncertain, gives us something to do at least and keeps our minds focused. Positive mind, positive outlook, positive attitude.
Yeah. I'll do lives at some point. I'll introduce it at some point, I think, and then I'll think of different topics and then have you guys on. We'll chat about different stuff, and broaden the audience as much as possible.
Well, I know it's kind of giving a spoiler away in a sense, but me and a mate of mine who's over the road were doing a discussion about, because I do all this stuff, what about running a scenario where you can actually get I think it's a mod for Microsoft Flight Sim, where it's real life data from satellite imagery, and you can go and see what's being changed around. So take a helicopter flight over to like different parts of the UK or Europe and see if there's anything major being developed, or if you can see anything different from how 2022 looked up until today. Do you know what I mean? And me and my mate was talking about it, and he said, it sounds like a good idea, but what would the talking points be? And he'd be like, well, that's the thing. Those are the things that's got to be ironed out. But what do you think of that idea?
Yeah, there's something in it. There's definitely something in it. There's an appetite for this kind of content. So there's a few different ways it can be done now. It's quite the only three live streams I've ever been on is yours, Ben, and I've been on Shadows a few times now, and I've been on Mike's a few times, and they're all different. The unique thing about this one is it's a little bit more international. Americans and Europeans and Brits all on the same channel, and it also runs a long time. This tends to go twice the length of most of the other ones, so that can lead us down different avenues of conversation that you otherwise wouldn't have if you just had, okay, let's just talk about this topic for 10 minutes then quickly move on, because we talk for a little bit longer sometimes. You get more out of it, I think. Keep Shadow awake a bit longer though. So
I usually around for 4 hours, sometimes 4.5. It depends on, but
Well, to be fair, I'll be shooting out now in just under 3 minutes because I got to start setting up OBS again because this PC died this morning.
Yeah, my bladder doesn't tend to last longer than 4 hours anyway. So,
mate, you've got better control than me.
Yeah,
too many monsters.
Yeah.
At least it'll be good if there's a fire around the street.
I've got a bad habit of drinking a beer while I do these things as well, just to sort of get a little bit more in the mood, but
a little bit of Dutch courage.
2.5 hours in, I'm bursting for the toilet. And I don't want to leave because I don't want to miss anything.
Yeah, and if you break the seal, that's it. Then you're back and forward like a yo-yo, so they say. See, I don't get that issue when I drink alcohol, even though I can't drink lots of it because of my stomach issues. But the stuff I can tolerate, I don't get like that. I don't get like an hour or 2 hours in, and then it's like I need the toilet, and then break the seal, as they say, and it's back and forth.
No, I do. I don't actually drink very much. It's kind of funny because I tend to have a beer, one beer while I'm doing these live streams, just because it's comfortable. It's just or a cup of tea. But I seen on the Discord chat somebody say Alan's not even drinking this time. That's kind of unusual. As if I drink all the time, but it's literally just a 1 bottle a week type drink. I don't actually drink at all. I haven't been drunk for years. But
no. It's like Mrs. RP. It was her birthday on the 2nd. She's still got her 4 cans of the strawberry Strongbow. She's still got the 4 cans of those still over on the corner. She hasn't touched them.
Yeah, I get these IPAs, these IPA bottles. You get 4 or 5 of them down at Lidl at a time. But that then lasts me for a month. You only get 4 bottles.
It's like the Whitley Neal gin. This will last me 3 months. and that's the best part because it tastes better as it ages. Even though it's a gin, it's not like a wine or a whiskey.
Yeah.
It does actually taste better. This one, to me anyway, tastes better as it ages.
Alcohol is a good prep to have, you know.
Oh yeah,
Even beer has a nutritional value that's you know, it's a good food product especially if you're using it for stews and things like that.
oh definitely. If you've got a nice bit of gammon and you've got a can of, I don't know, what have I used before?
Coke.
Like Guinness or Coke, yeah.
Yeah, the sugar content, very good for that kind of stuff.
But not only that, there's one thing I do want to say I got into recently, making my own black pudding.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting, and it's quite difficult.
Where do you get the blood? Butcher?
Doug Willis is just over the road. Yeah, they sort it out. They get it in the big jars, not jars, cans.
Blood and oats.
Yeah,
Yeah.
lovely. But what I want to learn is how to make haggis, because I've only ever had it twice in my life, and I love it. But I don't know why. But I got haggis from the shops. I've got it in tins. It don't taste the same.
Yeah, it tastes different every way that you get it. Do you know the most popular way of eating haggis in Scotland?
What's that?
Chip shop.
Mm.
Battered haggis. It's the most popular, most commonly way it's eaten.
I may need to take a stroll up your neck of the woods and say, come on, where's the nearest fish and chippy?
Yeah, they're always good. Battered haggis. It's spicy battered haggis. That's the thing to get.
Wow. Nah, I haven't had haggis for close to 15 years now. The last time I had it properly.
Do they have something like haggis in Sweden?
No.
No, they're probably something similar because I mean it's made of offal. That's what it's an organ based dish. So heart, liver, kidneys, oats, barley stuffed into a sheep's stomach and boiled. You know, very appetizing, of course. But black pudding, I mean, we see that as a relatively uniquely British thing, but it's really not. Blood pudding is quite common in Europe. My friend lives in Sweden, and I've tried it there, and it was sweet tasting. It was much sweeter tasting in Sweden than what we get in the UK.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
But then when I'm visiting people in England, in southern England, the black pudding there tastes different to the black pudding I get in Scotland. So there's definitely regional differences, you know.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Right then, lads, my timer is a little bit over now. I'm a minute over, so I'm going to skedaddle and get myself ready to do some War Thunder streaming. So, Shadow, thanks for having me on for the little time I've been on.
It's a pleasure.
Alan, nice to see you.
You're
again,
always welcome.
No,
thanks, Shadow. I will make sure I pop back and forth every now and then when I can. I'll catch you guys later.
Catch you later, mate.
Catch you later.
Yeah.
Well, Alan, I think we wrap things up now. It's time for that. Thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you next Saturday. As usual, same time, same channel. Stay safe. And don't forget, be part of the solution, not the problem. God bless.
Bye, everyone. Thanks.